Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to paint something beautiful today, or we're going to try anyway. If you were here in the last couple weeks, we've been painting lots of ice cream because that's kind of my thing. So I paint a lot of ice cream, and so we have just like a few little ones like this that we mostly completed. Um, and I haven't had a chance yet, but I need to finish painting my white backgrounds on these, which sounds really super boring. But yeah, so we did a little set of 3 of these. And we're going to try today to take this one, which is a butter pecan that was requested by one of the members of our community. And we're going to try to bump it up and try to make it a little bit more realistic today. One thing I wanted to show kind of before we start anything is I did want to show this weird little step that I do, which you can do kind of whatever kind of medium you use, I suppose. I'm probably not watercolor, but if you use oil or acrylic, you can do this. And this is my handy little bag that has tack cloth in it. So tack cloth is this stuff that you can get at Lowe's or Home Depot or wherever. And it just has this very slight tackiness to it. And what I do is I use this to remove dust in between the layers of my painting. So when I come back to a painting after it's been sitting for a few days, like this one, I just take it, and you don't want to rub on it because if you rub on it, it will get sticky stuff all over your painting. But you just very gently just dust it off, and it will remove all the little fuzzy pieces that might be on your painting. And so again, there's probably, I paint on panel or wood sometimes, and I paint in acrylic. So for me, this works really, really well. I did used to use this when I was an oil painter too. And then I just store it in a little Ziploc bag and keep it there. And then I use it pretty much every day. So especially before I ship something out, if I'm gonna wrap it in glass line. Hi, Flo, it's so nice to see you. How are you this morning? Or this afternoon here. So I use this to wipe things off before I ship them or before I start a new painting session. So Flo, just in case you missed it, this is called tack cloth, and I use this to clean the dust off my paintings in between sessions. Oh, okay, gotcha, Flo. So I just take this, and it's got a very slight tackiness to it. You don't want to rub on the panel, but it's just got a very slight tackiness to it. And I just use this and just kind of dust off my panel, and it will remove any dust before I start my next painting session. So just a handy little trick anyway. But welcome again, Flo. I appreciate you coming back, and I got a chance to look at some of your work. You're an amazing artist. You're an amazing artist. I saw a lot of your drawings on your Instagram page, I think. So yes, so you are an amazing artist, and I am honored that you're in here with me today. So thanks very much. Yeah, of course. So I'm going to try to just start bumping this up and making it a little bit more realistic. We have our reference image down here, and so what I do, I don't always have a rhyme or reason, I suppose. I just kind of look at my paintings and see, like, oh, you've actually inspired me to try a realistic strawberry, to try painting a realistic strawberry. Nice. Oh, that makes me feel good. I'm so glad, Flo. Yes, you most certainly are. You definitely have the skills, so I am certainly sure that you can do that. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna try here. I just look at whatever I think needs to be done first. I don't really have like a science to that per se, but I look at this and I'm like, I think what's gonna make me feel better when I look at this and make me feel encouraged to take the next step is I need to go in and work on my shadows. So you can see I have some much darker shadows here on my reference image than I do in here, but all of my basic shapes are here. So I'm going to give that a shot. So I'm going to go ahead, and I've limited my palette today. So normally I have a few other colors on here, 2 or 3 other colors at least. But since I'm only at this stage of the painting, I didn't want to waste my paint. And so I know that these are the only 5 essentially that I'm going to use. And I may not even use this brown. I'm probably mostly going to use the other colors, but we'll maybe try. So you were using cheap paints. So your husband went out yesterday and got you better quality ones from Winsor & Newton. Winsor & Newton is a great company. So yeah, that, you know what, it does help actually, because I've used cheap paints before, and it doesn't have the same it doesn't have a lot of the same qualities that like good paint does. So I use golden acrylics. Winsor and Newton is great. M. Graham is another great company, and I'm sure there's a few others out there. But yeah, it does make a real difference when you have just better paint. So yes, that's wonderful and very, very sweet that your husband went out and did that for you. That's very, very thoughtful. So I'm going to go ahead and mix up just this, I think this shadow color first. That's just going to go right along these edges. So one thing I like to do, you put the Winsor and Newton swatches next to the other paints, and the vibrancy is amazing. Yeah, that is the difference. Is that the pecans? Yes, Mal, that is the pecans. So we did just a little bit of this on Monday, and we're going to try. I didn't work on this at all the last couple days. We're just going to try to pick it up here because I kind of wanted this one to be one where, for whoever wants to see, that maybe I try to do the entire thing on the stream at various points, which will take me a while, but instead of working on some of it when I'm off stream, because I do think it's encouraging for people to see how something starts and then that it's very, very rough, right? Before it gets to like a really realistic stage, like something like this. So it is very, very rough. But yeah, flow vibrancy is very, very much an issue with good quality paints. Oh, I'm so glad you're excited, Mel. Thanks so much for being here. That means a lot to me. Okay, so so I'm gonna go in and start to work on some shadows and just start to develop those. When I do my shadows, and this is just a personal preference for the way that I structure my paintings, there are lots of arguments out there for how your light goes. Like people say, oh, you know, it doesn't always, it's not always warm shadows, and it's warm and cool highlights. But for me, that's what I choose to do in my paintings. So I'm going to make all my shadows a little bit warm by concentrating. They are a little bit blue. You can see some of these shadows, but I'm using my warmer blue, and I'm going to use a little bit of red in there as well. So it's going to have a little bit of a purplish tint, and that's going to keep it that way. I say butter pecan. Is that right? I don't know. Pecan? I don't know. I suppose people say it different ways in different parts of the world. So that's your personal preference, Mount. Whatever you think. Whatever you think is best. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of my darker blue and a little bit of my red, and I want to take a little bit of white, and then when we get to purple, we neutralize that with yellow, right? Because that's on the other side of the color wheel, the opposite side, and anything that you use on the opposite side of the color wheel is going to neutralize the color that you are working on, or that you're working with. So I'm just going to get this to be kind of a mid-colory, can you see that? Like a mid-colory kind of dull purple. And so we're just going to see if that works. And again, I just kind of experiment, and I'm going to put a little medium in there, of course. And I'm just going to see how I feel about it. And if I feel like it needs to be tweaked, I will tweak it. And I think that it needs a little bit more white and maybe a hint more yellow. So I'm going to go ahead and take a separate brush and just put that in some medium and just wipe most of that off. So that is an easy way to just clean up your test runs of your paint. The other way that I sometimes will test paints, I don't know if you can see this here. I'll just scoot this over for a second. See all these little marks on my board? This was me testing paint. So when I have my easel here, I actually put behind here, because I have a very large easel, relatively large easel. So I actually put behind here a piece of foam board, and then I actually have this other panel here so that this doesn't sink down into this other little piece of foam board. But I kind of structure this however I need to so the painting doesn't fall through my easel when I work on something a little bit smaller. But anyway, so we're gonna put a little bit more white in there and a little bit more yellow, just to make it a little bit more neutral. And we'll give that a shot and just see. And I'm choosing this area because that's kind of the darkest that I can see. And I think that that one is good. So I'm gonna go with that. And again, I'm gonna layer stuff, right? I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna layer stuff so that it's not always, it's not, permanent necessarily. I am going to tweak things a little bit, but I'm going to get this just a little bit closer to where it should be. And in doing so, again, that helps to build up the visual information for me to see where I'm going with the painting. And again, to make me feel encouraged. So I have to do, that sounds really silly, right? It sounds, I think people have this idea, and maybe there's some painters like that, I don't know. But people have this idea that painters go into this with this grand notion of exactly how they're going to do their paintings, and that it just flows right out of them, and that they are immune to any kind of, what do I want to say? Like discouragement or self-criticism or whatever as they work, and it just ends up being wonderful and magical, and that's just not true. At least not for me. So I have to do little things like just simply kind of follow my instinct of where I think information needs to be built up in my paintings to make me feel encouraged to move on to the next step. And so if I try to work on an area because logically, I guess, I think it needs to be worked on, or it's what some little voice in my head is telling me that I should do, but it doesn't make me feel encouraged by any sense of progress on the painting, it just doesn't work for me. So I've learned, again, everybody's different, but I've learned that I need to do something on my paintings in the order that makes me feel encouraged. So yeah, again, just a personal preference, I guess, on my part, but that's how I work. And I try not to, talked before, you know, there's lots of competing voices in your head, right? Like the way that you see things, the way that maybe you see or that you remember teachers or other artists online doing things, and there's all these voices shouting at you like, that's not what you're supposed to do. And I've learned that I just have to quiet those and pay attention to my own voice. So maybe that takes me a little bit longer to get there, but it's much more, it makes me a much happier painter than when I'm trying to satisfy all of those voices in my head. It just doesn't work. So again, everybody's different, so I'm just rambling here, but this is the way that I work. So we're just going to build up some shadows, and then we have this nice warm base here that we started on Monday. And so what that's going to do for us is when I go in to start to put layers on here to bring out the shape, it gives me this nice base underneath, which is kind of like this color in here, maybe this color in here. And so I can build up lighter layers gradually on top of this. And you'll see what I mean, hopefully a little bit today on that. But it just makes it much easier than, again, trying to start from scratch with, hi, Cop. How are you? Are you speaking Italian to me? You're gonna have to translate for me, Cop. And you're on a 5 watch streak. Thank you so much, Cop. That means a lot to me. So nice to have you here. All right, so I can see this shadow up here is actually just slightly different. So before I hop to that one, I'm gonna just continue on with this color where I can see. And again, sometimes I will go in and try to adjust my colors if I feel like they're not conveying what I want. Sometimes I don't obey my photo all the time. But at this stage, I'm really just trying to build the structure, and so I don't want to fix those kind of colors until the very end. And so, so right now, I'm just gonna, you know, kind of do the best I can just to make some darker shadows around this, and again, make myself feel a little bit encouraged to keep going. It's a weird thing, right? That I feel like that sounds really silly, because I've listened to a lot of artists over the years, and I've never really heard anybody say that, but I'm saying it because that honest to God is how I think. That I need to see something that makes me feel visually encouraged to be able to keep going. And you know, it just, again, it's kind of for me like a puzzle, like I say that, where I'm building up more and more information for myself so that I can see what pieces fit in here next. But it's also like that feeling you get when you put together a jigsaw puzzle and you see those little pieces and you're like, ah, I see this one fits over here and this one fits over here, and you start to see those little things. So that's how my brain works when I paint. And I've learned again that even if that's a little bit different from what, I'm just going to put a little more white in this, even if that's a little bit different from how a lot of other people paint, that I am okay with that. I am okay to paint like I paint and not worry about comparing myself to other people. So that's part of the reason why, you know, I hope that as you come in here, if you enjoy just watching me paint, like that is super cool and I appreciate it very much. If you're a painter yourself and you want to assimilate any of the information that I ramble on about, then please feel free. And if you don't, that is okay too, because I think that everybody has to find essentially their own path of what method works best for them, for the type of art that they want to make, and for the message they want to convey with it. So anyway, so we're just going to gradually, you know, just kind of go in, and I'm not going to try to get super detailed again at this stage. I'm mostly concerned with building up. That probably is going to be the bulk of the day today, I would think, is building up my shadow layers just to be more more accurate, more convincing, more interesting. I'm going to turn this on its side because that's a little easier for me to both to reach at this stage and also to just see a little bit better. So I want to go in here and just kind of clean this up a little bit. Again, I don't use a lot of traditional brushstrokes. Again, kind of why I'm a rebel, right? As far as a realistic painter goes, I like personally having lots of layers of what I would call sort of stippled or choppy brush strokes. And that is a very weird thing and very unique to me. But I like how it looks in the end. I think it's far more interesting than traditional brush strokes. And again, please don't take what I say as gospel, because this is just what I found is right for me, not necessarily right for anybody else. But anyway, I promised I would share what I do. And so here I am. So I will also share, just as long as I'm here and I'm, you know, because there's only so much I can say about shadows as I'm doing it, right? But I will share that I've been working on my little garden, and I promised I would share a little bit about that as well for anybody who is interested, because I think it's a nice thing to learn that gives you some degree of self-sufficiency. Hi, Flo. Writes down all information in the art Bible as gospel. Please don't. That's very funny, Flo. Yeah, no, please don't take it as gospel. Yeah, so I promised I would share a little bit about my little garden, and I did want to share a few things that I've learned that, you know, again, I think that just being able, because creative endeavors are expensive. It's expensive, whether you're a professional or a hobbyist. It's an expensive thing to do. So I like the idea of maybe giving everybody a little bit of creative freedom just by learning to be a little bit self-sufficient. And so I will share that I learned a few things. I learned that I planted my tomato plants in too small of a container, and they are humongous and they are toppling over. And so I had to tie a bunch of ropes to them and attach them to other things so they would not fall over the last few days. I also learned that indoor tomatoes grow very, very slowly. So they do grow, but they do grow very, very slowly. And so I have to make some adjustments there. And part of that is because it says they will slow down if it's too cold in the house, which it has air conditioning in here. So it is too cold in the house. So little things that I learned. I've also been growing green beans, and my green beans are producing, but they only produce 3 to 5 greens per plant, and I learned that I think I've been over fertilizing them. So again, just a little tricky thing. Someday when I master all this stuff, I will share everything that I've learned so that hopefully everybody else can, anybody who wants to can take up those things and just try to, even just for relaxation, it's very enjoyable for me just to be able to look forward to going outside and checking on things. So I am going to just mix up a little bit more of this color. So that's a little bit too brown right now. I want to try to get something similar-ish to what we had here. And so we're a little bit too purple. Now we'll go back to the yellow. And sometimes I check it when I'm trying to mix up another color that's supposed to match this first color that I did. Sometimes I check it by just kind of brushing it next to it to see. And I think I need a little bit more blue in there. So again, there's something in acrylics called color shift though. So that makes it a little bit tricky because the colors do dry just a bit darker. That's probably pretty close. They dry just a bit darker than when you apply them. So that can be a little bit tricky. Although, I don't know if the Winsor Newton paints, they might actually adjust for that. Some of them do. So I'm not sure. I haven't used Winsor and Newton myself. But I do know there's a few brands out there that don't have the same color shift. And I've not experimented with them, but maybe I should someday, but I'm so accustomed to using these ones, so I just stick with them for now. They shift a bit? Okay. Yeah, different brands have different qualities, and there is one major manufacturer that does have a particular brand of paint or a line of paint that's supposed to account for color shift, but I don't remember what one it is. It's been a long time since I looked at that. I'm going to put just a little bit more yellow into this and a little bit more white as I come around this corner. You just did a small swatch to see how much it dries? Is that what you're checking? Or how much it dries differently? The worst part of it is, and the reason that I use like these little cups sometimes to mix colors, is if I'm doing something that's very, very graphic, like when I would paint like the trompe-l'oeil pieces of the coloring books, or excuse me, not the coloring books, the comic books. And so I needed to make sure that some of my colors matched, all the way across, because they should look like the ink in the paint. Or in the original book. And so those kind of things, or if I have a very large area where it's just going to have either glazes that are the same, like when I did my cookie paintings in like the sky, were different colors, but in particular some of them had blue for their skies, and so I would do that with those. Just because those large areas, the color shift is very obvious when you try to use it. You did a grid with all 10 colors. You got to see what colors they would make when combined. Nice. Starting to learn color mixing. Very, very cool. I will share, I have shared this a couple times, but Plo, since you seem to be interested in this kind of thing, the really good color theory book, if you're interested, is by, what is his name? Oh, it's Color and Light by James Gurney. So that's the best color guide per se. But I also use a theory that's called the dual color wheel theory. And again, just my thing. And so you can look it up if you want, though. There's free PDFs of an article by a professor from Savannah College of Art and Design that he actually published in the magazine when I worked there. And the professor's name is Stephen Knutson. And the article explains this dual color wheel theory, and that is essentially what I use when I mix colors. Your cheap set has 48 colors, so you didn't have to mix match. Oh, okay, gotcha. So so on mine, I really only use. Hi, Carl's Jr. How are you? Nice to see you today. So I really only use these 5 colors plus 2 more, and that's my standard palette. So the other 2 would be my cooler colors, which I don't have on here today. And then I have like 2 other colors. So every painting that I do only has this base set. And so that is from Stephen Knutson's article, is where I take that from. And so again, it's called the dual color wheel theory. And so essentially the theory is that you have 2 color wheels, 1 blue on each one, 1 red on each one, 1 yellow on each one, and that you use those within the wheels themselves, and then you combine them in different ways with each other to have different effects. So yeah, it might be worth Googling. I know that the article exists out there because I looked it up not that long ago just to see. But yeah, I thought it was very, very interesting. And like I said, that's kind of what I lean into. Primary color. That's kind of what I lean into. Yeah, so essentially three primary colors on each one. So the set you have, it looks like there's a warm and a cold of each primary. Phthalo green, yellow ochre, burnt umber, and white. Okay, so like a primary of each plus those extra colors that you're naming there. Is that what you mean by that? Yeah, okay, so very, very cool. So yes, so I guess that would be actually very, very similar. I don't use yellow ochre, but you know, that's because I don't really paint like landscapes and stuff like that. So I think if you were to do more nature stuff, that would probably be necessary. And the phthalo green, actually, I do occasionally, well, I use 2 phthalo blues typically. One leans red and one leans green. So that's probably the closest to that in there. So essentially this palette is, Payne's Gray is my dark blue, Burnt Umber, which again, I don't really have this on here every day. This is not, this is usually just when I'm in the early stages. This is a cadmium red, and this is a cadmium yellow and a cadmium red. And so that is my warm palette. And then my cool palette just adds a phthalo blue red shade, and a pyrrole red. So, which is a cooler red. So yes, but I think I've said before, you know, kind of depends on what you're painting. Like if you're doing portraits, your palette's going to be different from mine. If you're doing landscapes, your palette's going to be different from mine. So you got to find what kind of works best for you. So yeah, so this is what works for me. And I learned to, again, just stick with a very simple palette because it keeps everything looking a little bit more unified. It's a lot easier on my brain to do that. And I learned that from an artist named Mel Leipzig, who I interviewed years ago. Hi, Cupie. So nice to see you. How has your week been? Yeah, so, you know, lots of different information out there, I guess, and you just kind of have to pick up and see what's going to work for you, what you're most interested in, and what you want to adapt for yourself. But definitely worth experimenting, you know, to see what you like. A lot of my stuff just really came from experimentation. I'm just going to flip this back around. It's so nice that everybody's here today, though. I really appreciate it. Y'all came back. So thank you. We're just going to see how far we can get. You've been watching YouTube tutorials. Great place. I watched a lot of those too. That's how I picked up the swatching to see how colors combined. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I think that you know what, like just practicing with it is going to be the best teacher, right? Just like anything else. So, and that's what I did. I didn't formally sit down, I guess, and do swatches, but I did just try to, again, limit my palette and then just see how to mix my colors. And I said, you know, I would just kind of wander around and look at things in the house, because you try to observe from nature, right? And or just from life. And so I would wander around my house and just kind of think to myself, like, all right, if I was going to mix colors, how would I mix this? What would I actually use? And so that really helped me. That sounds really silly, but it did. It really helped me to figure stuff out. There's a surprising amount of times I've seen some people say that they never use the phthalos in their palette, which I think is really strange for me, because I use them a lot. And so when I look around my house, for example, I see lots of ways that I feel like light is reflecting, that has hints of colors that you don't maybe consciously think are there right away. And so it only happens by observation. You only figure it out, I should say, by observation. So we're just going to do the best we can to build this up just a little bit at a time today. I'm hoping maybe we can start to move into some highlights, but I might just stick with my shadows, which will be plenty of that. You did some kitty sketches. Oh, awesome. And made a card for your partner's sister's nursing graduation tonight. How cool. Very, very nice. I'm sorry, I missed that comment, Cupie. I apologize. And Flo says she wanted to do something similar, but that was taking colored pencils and doing a square of that, and then trying to figure out how to make that color. Yeah, I think that actually colored pencils are actually surprisingly similar from what I understand in terms of how you mix things. And Carl Jr.'s and Flo and Carl Jr. give you thumbs up on the kitty sketches. That's very cool. Very, very cool, Cupie. Yeah, nothing better than kitty sketches. I can't compete with that. So, are they sketches of your kitty or just kitties in general? I don't know if you have any kitties. Kitty sketches for an art problem. Tiny, light, little, and fluffy. What better? What better than kitties? Very, very nice. Yeah, agreed. What better than kitties? So I'm going to, again, I'm just going to kind of be hopping around here today. So I apologize, because it's going to be, you know, a little bit, I hope it's still interesting to watch, but you need to learn to sketch more. About a little pocket-sized notebook from the dollar store. Nothing special or precious. The plan was to use it to sketch instead of doom scroll. Very, very nice. And your cat Winnie and your childhood cat Pork Chop. I love those names. I will do a couple more, some cute and some silly. Very, very cool, Cupie. Very, very cool. I love the names. Very adorable. And someone was in here the other day, and I feel terrible because I cannot remember who it was, if anybody else can remember. That was talking about that Flo, that was talking about doing like that she was going to do a notebook, or excuse me, a sketchbook, and she was just going to build up her sketchbook. Cupie, I think you were talking to her too. Do you remember what her name was? That she was going to do a sketchbook and just add to it, I think, like every day, just for herself. I don't think she was planning to post it anywhere, but it is such a good practice to get into, and I need to get back into that too. I keep one for my ideas, mostly for my cookie paintings that I want to do, or my foodscape paintings, but and for that I do keep it somewhat nearby most of the time. So name them both yourself. You also forgot the name. Okay, well then I don't feel so bad. But yes, maybe it was not Deborah. That Deborah was the musician. I might think of it later. But anyway, it is a good practice to get into, Flo, definitely, with the sketchbook. It was originally supposed to sit in your purse. That way, if you were at an appointment waiting, you'd have it. Yeah, very, very good. I mean, I find even if I don't, like at night, sometimes I'll have ideas pop in my head. And I keep my phone relatively nearby. So even if I can't sketch something, I will just try to write out a brief description of it, so that I have, you know, some way to remember it, some way to track it. And my sketches are usually really quick, and they usually have words attached to them because that's easiest for me, because there'd be no way for me to very quickly sketch out the plethora of things that are coming out in my head sometimes. So yeah, I find a combination of words and sketches, that seems to be what works for me. But having having a sketchbook in your purse, that's actually a great idea for when you're out and about. Yeah. Is it hard to find tiny ones? I guess I've never really looked, so I don't really know. But I like that idea. And if anybody from any marketing company is out there, any art supply company out there, then maybe it's something that needs to be developed. The pocket sketchbook. I'm sure there has to be somebody who make those, right? Yours is just a 3.5 by 5.5. And like I say, it just happened to be at the dollar store and picked up a couple. Paper isn't great. Well, it doesn't really need to be, right? Yeah, I mean, you're just sketching out ideas, so not doesn't have to be any super high quality. But that's very, very cool. Very, very cool. When in doubt, too, just a silly little thing, but I remember in that one book that I mentioned that was actually about writing, I think it was about writing fiction and nonfiction, but I really don't remember. But it was called The 4 a.m. Breakthrough, and I read it many, many years ago. And they suggested that if you were writing, to just keep the little, whatchamacallit, cards, like little note cards handy, and just jot something down and then put it in a container of some kind, and just keep a bunch of them so that you could scroll through, so you could actually draw on the back. There's index cards. Thank you, Flo. I appreciate it. See, my brain doesn't always function. I have a hard time sometimes, I will say. I think I'm doing much better with this, but I do have a hard time sometimes uh, talking while I paint occasionally. It is hard because it shifts me from two different parts of my brain. So sometimes I forget very basic things because I'm kind of trying to shift between two different ideas, or two different trains of thinking, I suppose. So Norsham, hi, how are you? So nice to see you back. Some pages I also hit with cheap craft paint, so I wouldn't have to deal with blank page syndrome. That is a very good thing too, Plo. Yeah, blank page syndrome can be intimidating. That's one reason why I put base colors down a lot. So, yeah, very, 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 very good idea. And Norsham, I'm so glad you're doing good. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. All right, I'm gonna go in and I wanna try to do this darker shadow here and then come back to a couple of these other shadows here. So I'm just gonna go in with some blue and some red. We're just gonna go a bit darker than we did on this other group here. So we're just gonna go in and mix something up for that. This one is actually a bit more neutral, and so I would say it leans a little bit more with the red and the yellow. So it's a little bit more brownish in here. Hi, Kiwi, it's so nice to see you. And Plo's suggesting some that you can find on Amazon, so that would definitely work as well. How was your week, Kiwi? All right, so I just want to go in. This is going to be just a little bit more neutral and a little bit darker. Not great? Oh no. Was that doing your schoolwork or just doing like stuff in your personal life? Because I know you're training to be a nurse, so I don't know if that's heavy lifting. You have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiwi. That stinks. What would be an unusual ice cream color? This type of ice cream specifically. So I would say the most unusual that I've painted, Norsham, was probably the cotton candy one, actually, that Kewpie just ordered a little print of. So it was something that she liked, but it is a kind of a bright pink and a bright blue. So yeah, there we go. It was that painting so that Kewpie just put up. So yeah, those were very bright colors as far as ice cream is concerned. Oh, and Carl's Jr. had a same kind of injury at some point. Oh, that stinks. It's an old injury, so it does this every year or so. Oh, man, that's cool. Isn't that like a smoothie ice cream? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what a smoothie ice cream would be. You mean just because it has like fruit or something in it, Norsham? I mean, you can technically make ice cream, I guess, whatever color you want, right? I have made ice cream at home before, sometimes for certain paintings. So you could do whatever color. Yeah, you could do whatever color you wanted. I'm sure people have lots of crazy colors of ice cream nowadays out there. I just haven't bought any of them. All right, so again, we're working in layers, right? So it's okay if I don't get this right on the first shot, as long as it gives me a little bit more information for subsequent passes on this. Smoothie ice cream combines, yeah, fruit, milk, yogurt, and scoops of ice cream, frozen bases like bananas. That yes. So yeah, so a smoothie. I mean, you can really put whatever you wanted to into a smoothie, including artificial colors, I suppose, if you wanted to. There are weird spots to have injured because if you sit or stand, it bugs it. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiwi. That really stinks. I know a few years ago I talked about the birds on my porch, and before I made friends with them when they nest, they would scare me when I would try to get packages off the porch. And I remember I came down on I was trying to get away from them at one point, and I came down on my knee really hard. Just slammed my leg. I didn't fall, but I slammed my leg really hard, and my knee jammed really bad, and I couldn't go up and down my steps anymore. And for a long time, actually, and I was like sliding on my butt up and down my steps. So, you know, I understand. Sometimes you just, yeah, sometimes things happen like that, and that stinks. I'm so glad you're excited to see the new painting, though, Kiwi. We'll cross our fingers and see see how this goes. So I've never painted butter pecan before, and the tricky thing is I want to make sure, the trickiest thing is I want to make sure, if I can, that the evidence of these little pecans in here is convincing, right? Because if it's not, then it won't look like butter pecan. It'll just look like a mucky mess. So so that is a tricky thing, because you want both subtlety to be able to make it look, you know, lovely and beautiful, but you also want some clarification in your shapes to make sure that you know what it is, besides just the title of the piece. So that will be a little bit tricky as we go. I'm going to go ahead and I always say that I'm going to work on areas where I feel like I need some encouragement. So I need some encouragement from some of these center shadow areas. So I'm going to turn this on its side. And I'm going to come right in here. Some of my shadows in here, and I think this is really lovely that this happens in ice cream. I have my phone too far away for you to see. Right in here, these shadows are actually still too low. Right in here, these shadows are actually kind of like almost a warm yellowish red. So I'm gonna try to do that a little bit in here as well. Let me just tilt this just a little bit. Solar is back at it again with streaming. Oh, okay. Wanted to let you know since we are all talking about it earlier. Well, I'm glad he's given it a shot because, you know, like I said, if anybody bothers you online, anybody at all, you just ban them. If they make you feel icky at all, if they make you feel uncomfortable, if they just annoy you, you just ban them. So we'll keep it really positive and happy in here. I hope he's able to do the same over there. And if anybody just, you know, bullies or whatever, you just ban them. So I appreciate you letting me know. Appreciate you letting me know, Kiwi. Because yeah, I don't know how to take back the internet, but we have to find a way, right? Because we can't let it be overrun by bullies. That's not fun. I truly believe, um, maybe I'm a little naive. I truly believe that there are more good people than bad out there, right? It's just that the bad ones are very vocal. And so I think that like in here, having all you really nice people be able to come in and hopefully enjoy this and relax and chat with me and whatever, and work on your own projects and learn, it is worth the occasional annoyance from a bad actor, right? And we'll just ban them. So if they come in, we'll just ban them. So spread hugs, not cruds. Yeah, unless they don't want hugs. Good vibes are a substitute for that. Yeah, very nice, Kiwi. I love the little kitty emoji. That's dancing. So yes, the world needs. It's very easy to fall victim to the dire state of things when it feels bad, right? But it is necessary for the rest of us just to be able to keep staying positive and be able to spread that positivity wherever it's needed. So I'm encouraged because I know I've heard stories from all of you that are in here that are chatting with me now. That is, I think, what all of you do. I know it's what all of you do. So yeah, so that's very encouraging for me. And that's, you know, part of the reason why I think that there's more good people than bad people out there, honestly. So we have to be brave enough to stand up to the bad ones. So, all right, I'm going to go in. So yeah, so this has a nice warm kind of base. I'm still going to fix that. I have an ice cream that I had posted a long time ago, and it has a lot of these kind of, well, a lot of my ice creams do have a lot of these like nice warm shadows that are actually like, you know, pretty warm reds and yellows. And that's just kind of the way ice cream is. There are some, you know, more bluish tones in here as well, but they still lean red, if that makes sense. So, you know, the best teacher is going to just be observation and practice. But I think people have a tendency to make shadows dark all the time, and they aren't necessarily dark all the time. They have all kinds of interesting things going on. So I try to pay attention, like I said, to my reference photos. I try to understand when something needs to be changed from what I'm actually seeing. But I really do try to pay attention to the way things are portrayed here, so that again, I'm not skipping anything or eliminating anything that I think is gonna, you know, sometimes I just get lazy, right? And when you get lazy on a painting, it's usually kind of detrimental. So I try not to get lazy with that. gonna just add a little bit more blue and a little bit more red, and then I'm gonna come in here and kind of do the same thing. This is just a bit darker here, but it still has that very warm-ish color. But I think people, like, so you can see when I apply that this is the actual color, right, on my palette. So this is actually a pretty light yellow, blue, red combination. But on here, it looks pretty dark. And I think that a lot of us would tend to, myself included, go in and make this way too dark in my color mix before I apply it. Is Solar Phonics rating me? That's so nice. I see that my husband added these. Look at the little parachutes. Cute they are. So, I think that's super cute. So, and Debbie, so nice to see you. Guess what I found? Guess what? I found our friend. Oh, hi, Solar. Thank you so much for rating me. That's very, very kind. I'm so glad to know that you're back to. I'm so glad to know. Oh, thank you very much for coming in. I'm so glad to know, Solar, that you are back to streaming again. And I hope your stream went well. Tell me what you did when you were over there. Thank you so much, Solar. Were you composing again? So nice to see everybody. Hi. Thank you so much for coming in, and so nice to see you again, Debbie. I really appreciate it. So welcome to everybody from Solar's group. That is so kind that you all have decided to come and spend your time with me. So my name's Kim, and I am a painter. I'm a full-time painter, and I am here 4 days a week. So we try to make a lot of realistic paintings, and I try to talk through my process, and we just hang out and keep it really positive here. So here's one of my little ones that are finished. And we'll just walk through the process. This is a very early stage of this one, which is going to be a butter pecan. So we're going to try to get that. You were remixing the Wise Woman, nice, and exporting the MIDI in order to have a singer. I have to sing to it. Oh, so did you get your singer? It's so beautiful. Oh, so did Kiwi, did you hear it? Oh, awesome. I'm going to have to check out the replay then, Solar. I haven't gone over to do that. Aw. That's very nice, Kiwi. Thank you so much. Yeah, so did it work out with your existing singer then? Yes, I have to send it to them because I know that you had mentioned that your existing singer, or did you find a new one? So we're just painting some shadows today. And we're just going to try to get this a little bit more realistic today than we had it on Monday when we started. So, aw. Well, Solar, I'm going to have to... She contacted you? Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. I'm going to have to go back in and listen. So, and said she would do it. So nice. So nice. I'm so glad. Well, I'm very, very happy for you. And it sounds like today was then very positive, and Kiwi is a fan. So that is huge. And very high praise from Kiwi. So, so that's wonderful. But I will go in and try to listen then at the end of the stream. And I apologize that I didn't get to do that sooner. Oh, Kiwi. Okay, you're going to go to school, but you'll still be lurking. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping in here. Solar has a... What does that mean, Kiwi? Oh, he has a YouTube? Is that what that means? A YouTube? Solar, do you have a YouTube? Oh, I didn't know you had a YouTube. Well, everybody check out Solar's YouTube then. So, is your link on your profile over there? Oh, your works are there. Okay, well, you can feel free to share the link in here if you want to, Solar. Otherwise, we can go check it out on your profile. So feel free. My husband did set something up for me so that I am going to be able to show links on my site here, on my Twitch stream, but I need a little practice with it first because I'm a little intimidated to be able to bring up the web streams, but I am going to do it. So and Kiwi, yeah, feel free, Solar, absolutely. All right, I'm just gonna turn this upside down. I feel like I need to see it from a different angle. Very cool, Solar. Thank you so much. And I will definitely check that out when the stream is over. Yeah, of course. I'm just so glad it seems to have gone well for you today. So I'm very glad for you. I'm glad you stuck with it. So yeah, we're just gonna work on shadows in here today. So I'm gonna, keep rambling and whatever, but we're gonna work on shadows and just try to build out our shapes a little bit better. And so I'm just gonna be turning this panel up and down and sideways a lot because that helps me to see. And so that's always a good thing to do with the paintings, is just to challenge your brain and try to get yourself to see things from a new perspective. So that's what I try to do, because a lot of this has very complicated shapes. I've been doing okay. Solar. I actually took 2 days off, which is very, very rare for me, from anything. I didn't do much of, maybe a tiny bit of work, but I didn't do much of anything. And I just did a little bit of work in my garden, and I played some Magic with my husband. I actually learned how to play, we play Magic the Gathering, and I learned for the first time how to play Magic online. So that was what we did yesterday. He taught me how to play Magic online, which I still panicked a bit in doing that, but it was nice to give myself a little brain break from doing work, because I have been working kind of nonstop for a long time, and so sometimes it's nice to take a little bit of a break. It's necessary, right? Necessary to take a little bit of a break. So again, we're just going to build up lots of shapes. Thanks, Solar. Lots of shapes, lots of shadows, and I kind of have this weird method of painting with lots of layers, and so this doesn't look like much right now, but it will pick up, I promise, because we get to something that's more like, I still have this sitting over here, that's more like this. So all of this started kind of like this, and so that's what we try to do, is just build up lots of paint layers. It's a very different process from like direct painting, which a lot of people do, but I find this way to be much easier on my brain. So you gotta do what works for you, right? And I'm just gonna try to find some of these little shapes in here. Yeah, I know, Kiwi. I'm sorry. We're just gonna try to find some of these little shapes in here. Don't want to ignore anything. Let's go ahead and let's neutralize this a little bit more. And I kind of want to do this little bit right here. They're trying to sell you credit cards. Don't listen to them. Just say no. All right, so I'm gonna take a little bit of red. Now Applebee's. I'm gonna take a little bit of red and a little bit of white. We're gonna lighten this up a bit and try to come right in here. There we go. That's the color. It's like Twitch advertising itself when you're already watching it. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Now a toothbrush after you eat the Applebee's. I'm sorry, guys. I appreciate you sticking through it, though. So I just wanted to make, what I'm going to try to do is, I build this in layers, right? So I'm going to start with all these darker shadows, and I'm still going to go back and rework them. But then I'm going to create these kind of lighter colors here, like you see on my palette. And I'm going to come in and try to make like a transition between some of these darker areas and the lightest of the areas. And so that's how I work, right? So I just build these layers up gradually. And I think that it's a good way to start to build shape in there. So you think you're safe now? So the whole process of doing this in layers, it really does help me to build up form, right? Just thought the order was kind of funny. I wonder if it was conscious on their part, do you think? I don't know. I'm not a big Applebee's fan, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't had Applebee's in a number of years, but I always thought they had a weird aftertaste for everything. Don't they? They did weird food combinations. And they kind of left like a weird aftertaste. So, I don't know. That's just me. All right. So I can see, like the trick for me to building. You've actually never been there, is that right? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had Applebee's. I don't know. Maybe it's different now. Well, apparently did the ad convince you to go? Was it something that was that looked delicious? So I can see, all these little shadows. So let's take this one, for example, here. Can you see this? I'm gonna make sure I'm not pointing at something that can't be seen. So like this shadow right here on this ice cream. So there's this hard shadow here. There's this kind of yellowy reddish shadow here. And then there were these much lighter shadows here. So if you're going to create form, you really have to be paying attention to all of those parts. It was all gluten. Yeah, it's probably, that's probably not the best. Like we said, I don't eat gluten either. It's just a personal choice. They probably have gluten-free things on the menu, or options at least, but I don't know. It still always had a weird aftertaste to me. I much prefer actually just to cook at home. That's what I do. I like preparing my own stuff because then I know exactly what goes into it. So that's just my personal preference. Anyway, so I'm going to try to just do, a little bit on these, and then I'll go back later, like I said, and kind of fix the colors. So I work in lots of layers because that's how my brain goes, but it doesn't mean that I have to get it exactly right on the first pass. It's just about building up the right shapes, and that's just different for everybody, what your process is, what would work out best for you, but this is how I do it. I like that graphic, Solar. Is that like a pigeon? It looks like a pigeon. Some kind of a bird, I think. It's also like right in here. So this area is going to get really complicated, right? But it's much easier for me if I go in and put a darker color down first and then build up the lighter layers rather than to try to do the reverse. There we go, got your next painting outline. Gonna attempt to paint tulips. Nice, very cool, Flo. I love that you're working on stuff when you're in here. That makes me feel good because then it's like we're in the same studio, right? And we're just working on our own things. So very, very cool. I do you have much experience painting flowers? It's not a thing that I've ever um, I've done very much. So I'm not, I admire nature painters very much, but it's not something that I've done. I did do like some of my little cookie flowers in my foodscape paintings, and it's something that I would like to learn to do more because I think they were very interesting, but I think I have to learn more about flowers. Not painting, you've done colored pencil pieces though, but you have done lots of like flowers or nature stuff. So that's very cool. I really think that that transition probably isn't. Um, I mean, it might seem a little tough. I'm sure there'll be a learning curve, but um, I really do think that colored pencil actually has a remarkably similar approach to at least the way I paint with lots of layers. So I'm sure that you're gonna. I am sure that you're gonna do well with that. And I'm just looking, again, I want to have this all lean warm. That's why I have this very limited palette today, because I want to make sure that I'm only using my warm colors on the base. And so I want to, you know, I want to make sure though that they lean a little bit red for a lot of them, or I should say maybe a little bit more purple, as opposed to being straight blue. And that just tends to look more convincing for me. But again, like a lot of this is just going to be today finding my initial layer of form, I guess is what you call it. Kiwi's so encouraging. So I'm just going to go through, try to, as best I can, try to put down these initial layers. Okay. All right, Kiwi. I understand. You got other stuff to do, so you're gonna lurk. It's okay. Um, anyway, I just want to get down some initial form here because it is a complex thing, right? Painting ice cream. Like you look at this and you're like, oh my God, that's terrible. So do you leave an ice cream cone out getting melty while you painted it? I take a lot of photos, Debbie. I take a lot of photos. So I try to take like 100 to 150 photos of an ice cream. And so through that process, it will melt as I go. So that's how I get, usually like the nice little drips that come down on my pictures. It's mostly natural, not always. Sometimes I try to speed it along. But yeah, I take a lot of photos and I just kind of turn them around. Sometimes I take multiple cones. This time I only took one cone. I did like the particular cone that I photographed, and but yeah, I found that yeah, I take a bunch of photos, then I try to basically I take them on my phone. I try to narrow them down to say maybe 4 to 8, and then I will email them to myself actually, and then I'll work on those in Photoshop, and then I'll pick from those which ones I like best. And sometimes I'll have to manipulate them a little bit in Photoshop, often with colors or shadows, sometimes even taking pieces from one cone and putting it in with the other. So yeah, so I wish I could tell you I just take one photo and then it looks great, but it's usually a lot more work than that. So anyway, I think that's just how my process goes. So everything's very time consuming. And so, sometimes because I really need to probably take ice cream scooping lessons from Cupie out there, because Cupie says that she actually worked in an ice cream parlor at one point. So I'm sure she knows much nicer ways to scoop ice cream than I do. So I just kind of muddle along with a very antique ice cream scooper, and probably not as professionally as I should. But um, but yeah, I guess I kind of like the homemade look. Thanks, Debbie. I kind of like the homemade look um, of things looking a little bit messy, and so yeah, that's just my personal preference again. Come in here. I have painted, like things that I've found, like soft serve cones. Sometimes I have been able to get some photos from soft serve places occasionally, but the reality is that most of the time when you get like a soft serve cone, it never looks as nice as it does in a picture, in an advertisement or something. They almost never look like that. So if you think of like Dairy Queen, for example, they have the beautiful little swoops on the dipped cones for Dairy Queen. They don't really look like that in real life. So I had my sister actually take a bunch of photos for me, right, Flo? I had my sister take a bunch of photos for me on a few different occasions because she lived near a Dairy Queen and I didn't, for various commissions that I had to do. And even with that, and even with her taking multiple cones, what I would have to do is essentially take the images, load them into Photoshop, warp them, twist them, adjust them, and actually paint over them in Photoshop in order to get anything that looked like what it was in my mind, what I wanted it to look like in my painting. And so I don't go to that extreme for a lot of things, but I do find that if I'm trying to do like a soft serve cone, those ones I typically need to do quite a few adjustments to because they don't really look like that. They don't really look very nice. And it depends on the server, right? Sometimes the servers are really skilled at doing it, and sometimes it's early in the season and not so much. So I have faked it a few times, where I was trying years ago to research how to do like food staging for like how real food artists would do that, like for commercial purposes. And so I learned how to make fake ice cream, and I've actually done that a few times to try to make my own soft serve. And I think it was pretty convincing, but it's kind of a pain, so I just try to avoid it. Go at the end of the season for a pretty soft serve. Yeah, I think so, right? Because I can't think of any other explanation for why they'd be so messy, except inexperience. But anyway, I actually had contemplated at one point. They sell like little soft serve machines that you can actually have in your home. Um, so I did contemplate that at one point. uh, I read your about, and I've never heard of trompe I learned a new phrase here. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, so I do the cookie paintings and or foodscape paintings I call them because they're not always cookies. But yeah, so we did some little exercises like these little ones are little trompe l'oeils, where we just took the little frosting swoops and then tried to paint them in a realistic manner. So they're flat, but they were little exercises that we did in here. And I'm going to start some of my new foodscape pieces hopefully soon. So I have a few that I have photographed, and so I'm hoping that I can get a few going here really soon, because those are near and dear to my heart, and they're a lot of fun to paint. So thanks, Debbie. I appreciate it. Kiwi, I thought you were lurking. You just can't stay away. You love it here so much. Yeah, I really like doing the trompe l'oeil, Debbie. It's a lot of fun, and it's, you know, it's that series of work that I do in particular is really great for my creativity and my imagination. And but just doing the trompe l'oeil in general, aiming for that degree of realism and trickery, like that's really fun for me. Anyway, might not be everybody's definition of fun, but that's my definition of fun. So I do like a little print club every month. And I do it for my ice cream, and I also do it for my little cookie one. So this is my little featured print in my print club this month, which was a painting that I did of cookies that were on frosting. And so I did that one, and then this was another one of a print of one of my little paintings of the trompe l'oeil. So yeah, so I do those things, and they're really fun. And then I do my ice cream one too. So anybody who wants to join my print club, please consider. This is the featured print in my ice cream print club this month, which was my original Neapolitan. So, thank you so much, Flo. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so anyway, so they're a lot of fun to paint, and it's really nice, actually. I really love having my print club because it allows me to make some of my art more affordable for people. And, you know, it just kind of reaches a different group of clientele. And so, you know, like my cookie pieces, I had someone who's in my print club, and she's been in there since the beginning. I started it earlier this year. And she said at one point, you don't know how much these paintings mean to some of us. And that was like the nicest thing in the world that somebody could say to me about those, because they mean a lot to me. So anyway, so that was nice and encouraging to hear. And so the print club allows me to like kind of keep painting that body of work and get it seen by people. So, and get it loved by more people. So I like doing them. This is going to be a very complicated one. I'm just going to say this out loud. This is going to be a very complicated one. It is just a lot of stuff happening. And I will say, if you ever paint ice cream, this is one thing to keep in mind. It is very beautiful when ice cream is not completely melted, as in right here on my photo. It's very beautiful. It is also insanely difficult to paint it when it's like that. Melted ice cream, so much easier to paint, I'm telling you. So I'm a glutton for punishment. Sometimes I make things very, very complicated. Watching you, I think I've realized I need to slow down and take my time. I tend to rush some days. Yeah, I understand that, Flo, because I think that yeah, that's a good lesson for all of us, right? I mean, like something like this, to take it from this to this is going to take me somewhere between 30 and 40 hours. It's usually about 40 hours of straight work. And so, and that would include probably painting my background white and so forth as well. But it's a lot of work. And I think that sometimes when we watch videos of people painting online, that we think that it should be done instantaneous because it's how we see people do it. And I think that's just not reality. At least it's not reality for me. But it is one reason why I try, again, to do like the little ones sometimes, because the little ones, these I can get done. So something like this on its own is, 2 to 3 days. So 2 to 3 days of work. And if you wanted to, you didn't have to get this detailed. But thank you so much, Debbie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Peaceful and interesting and fun to watch. I'm going to quote you on that, Debbie, because that's the nicest thing you could have said to me. So thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I really appreciate you coming in again today. So thank you so much. Yeah, it's definitely good to like if you feel like you want to get something done in a short amount of time, I would go small. But thank you, Debbie. But then, you know, to do something larger, you just have to dedicate some time to it and not feel discouraged. I think that Cupie actually said something about that she likes seeing, a few people did actually. They like seeing paintings at this stage. Maybe Mound said it too. Oh, bye-bye, Debbie. Thank you again for stopping in. They like seeing paintings at this stage because then it makes them feel like, oh, okay, I feel encouraged because I can get my paintings to this stage. I just didn't know I could get them to the next stage. And so when you see that something that I do starts out like this, and it's very rough, I hope that it's encouraging to know that, you know, if you just put a little bit of time into it, that, you know, the one you're working on now is 4x6, so it's going to be small, but I'm not going to rush it in like an hour. Yeah, don't rush it. Just take your time on it. See what you're, you know, everything that I do, I want to see, like, I have to keep things in mind, like time management, right? But I want to see what I'm capable of. And so the only way to really see what you're capable of is to give yourself some time to do it. And yeah, so it's definitely not something that you can rush out in an hour. Again, some people might be able to, but I can't. So I guess part of why I say that is because I'm giving everybody else permission. Of course, Solar, I will see you, I guess, in a few minutes. So no worries. Thank you again for being here and for rating. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so taking your time, definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. Okay, Solar. That really does help. Even, you know, I said in here that I started out, like, when I started selling my work, I started as a daily painter. And a daily painter typically gets things done in a day. But for me, I really, most of the time, took at least 2 to 3 days. And even for the things that I quote unquote sold as daily paintings, because I am a little bit of a slower painter. And so I wanted my work to be good and I wanted my skills to improve. And so I wasn't going to rush too much. It was still good for me to set a time frame for myself, but I didn't want to rush too much that I would feel like I was just sending out junk. So I did do that. And, you know, like some of the pieces that I've done for my, well, a lot of my ice creams, I just want to point out this really nice purple that I just mixed up is actually going to be really lovely here in some of these shadow areas. So it's just a very pretty purple. So kind of similar to the earlier mixes, but not as much yellow neutralizing it. So yeah, just good not to rush, I guess is the point. Good not to rush. Take your time. And then, you know what, when you get to a point where you feel like you can speed up a little bit, or maybe speed up, then maybe you try something more complex. I find it's funny because I don't rush your graphite. You usually spend 15 to 20 hours. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so you know what, even if you just slowed down to the point of what you were doing on your graphite, because your graphite was really beautiful. I did see a lot. If anybody doesn't know, go check out Flo's Twitch channel and it will link, or Flo, you're welcome to share your Instagram link in here as well, because Flo does really beautiful drawings. And so I'm not surprised to know that you dedicate some time to them to get them to be so beautiful. But painting, I understand. And you know what, again, it's like this process that I do, it inherently will slow you down. I don't know, Flo, do you stream? I don't know, I wasn't sure. I think that you did at some point. Either way, you're certainly permitted to put your links and stuff in here. So, but yes, I think Flo does stream, right? You tell me, Flo. But please share your links. I haven't done so in about a month. Yeah, I understand. Well, a month isn't that long. So yes, you stream. So, yeah. Again, I know we're sorry to hear about your leg and your troubles, but everybody should check out Flo's channel. She's very gifted at drawing, and certainly give her a follow as well. So, and check out her Instagram because there were some really wonderful pictures there. For the longest time, I couldn't spend more than an hour in your computer chair. Yeah, I understand that. Aw, Kiwi's so supportive. So that's really nice. Yeah, I think that this process that I do, Plo, is inherently will slow you down if you try to paint this way. If you try to paint in layers as opposed to painting, you know, all of your details at once in order from left to right or top to bottom, that's a little bit trickier. There's much looser painting styles too, right? And so I would say, again, I've talked about that, like kind of feeling like bullied into painting with looser, broader brushstrokes, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So it wasn't what I wanted to do. I look at your workflow, and you're a tight realist like I am, right? So I think slowing down for your painting would definitely probably be like just natural for you because it's what you do for your drawings. So yeah, I will be very curious to see how things go for you. But yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I remember like if you do if you do tight realism of any kind, then traditional painting instruction probably isn't going to work for you. Yeah, you love doing realism. Yeah, and you're really good at it. So that's the thing. I've said, like when I was in school, I don't feel like what I learned, they were trying to force me to, it's a little bit like they were trying to force me to, like learn to do art in a completely different way that was contrary to what I wanted to do. And I understood why. I understood some of the things that they were trying to teach. Um, I sort of understood how that could be adapted, but I feel like it's kind of like back in the old days when they would punish left-handed kids for writing left-handed and try to force them to write right-handed, and that just didn't work, right? You can see on the strawberry piece where you rushed, so, but it was a first go and you're not hating it. Hey, that's all you can do, right? Is just this process where you, and that's the best part, I think, is if you can look at it and see, even if you criticize it a little bit, if you can say, okay, well, I rushed, but this is the part that I really love of what I did, or this is the approach that I really loved. So if you learn that little bit and that's what you carry on to the next piece, or that's what you go back and rework. So like when I painted this one, I just want to point out, when I painted this one, what I said on my stream was that I really loved this area right here, and I needed to bring everything else up in my painting to this level. And so that's what I tried to do. So I knew that the rest of the painting, the other like 80% of the painting, wasn't as great as that little 20% area, but I knew that if I hold on to that, then I can pull the rest of it up and do that and make that better. So yeah, so that's so you can always pull something forward. You can always take a little bit that you learned from the last piece. And even if it's just something where I've completed drawings and paintings where I just look at like kind of like that, where I look at like a small thing and try to say, that um, I could bring all of that up. I'll repeat myself when this ad break is done. Just gonna go in here. These actually, all these nuts kind of have a purplish tinge to them. Some of these shadows do too, even a heavier or brighter purple than we used earlier. So, and again, it's easier for me not to worry about all of these little details here, but just to get this down first and then uh, go back over it with my lighter colors later on. Just gonna go in here. So yeah, all these little areas, they really do have like a purplish tinge. I'll flip this upside down and just double check it. But it really is purple. It's just straight up purple. Let's try this over here too. Yeah, I know, kiwi. Almost done, right? Are we done with the ad? Um, so Flo, yeah, I would think I started saying before the ad break, that there's a lot of paintings where I can identify with something. Okay, thanks, Kiwi. A lot of paintings where I can identify something that I think, okay, this part was really beautiful. So the next painting that I'm going to do, I'm going to try to bring all of it up to that level. Or like I did with that one that I just showed, where I had a small area and I thought that that one looked pretty close to finished and that it was really beautiful, and I had to bring the rest of the painting up to that level. So I mean, that's just, you just keep going with that, right? And every painting you try to do the same thing, just try to kick it up a notch, bring it up to a new level. And I think the other thing that you have to do, at least for me, is you have to forgive yourself um, if they are not, if every area of every painting is not quite like that, because then you'll just beat a painting to death, right? And sometimes it's better to just do one and identify what, you know, the beautiful parts of the piece were, and take that lesson and carry it with you, rather than to always go back and try to make that painting perfect or drawing perfect. You just carry those lessons forward, because you don't want to be like working on one painting for the rest of your life. And I know that all of us can kind of fall victim to that. But Solar, you got some tea? I'm glad. I'm just curious because I can only drink herbal tea. I know it's late over there where you are. I can only drink herbal tea at night. Do you drink herbal tea, or do you drink like a regular green or black tea? Once it gets past like 4 o'clock, if I drink any other kind of tea, any caffeinated anything after 4 o'clock, then I don't sleep well. So you're old fashioned. I, uh, I'm a tea drinker. I used to be a coffee drinker, but I mostly drink green tea now. So I understand. And of course, I've mentioned before that I'm kind of a nerd and I love Star Trek The Next Generation. And so Captain Picard, who is, of course, British, well, he was actually supposed to be French in the show, which didn't make any sense. But anyway, he would always have his Earl Grey tea. So you have a normal tea bag, just a black tea? Okay. Yeah, that would bother me to have that late at night, I think. I don't know what that is. Is that something? I don't know. Probably should know what that is, but I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. You put milk in. I don't put anything in my tea, but I drink green tea. So, all right. So this is actually, if this again might look kind of silly right now, or kind of lacking, but this like nice kind of purplish color in here, this really is the color that is around where these, and if you want to think of it this way, it's the color that essentially the pecans are under the ice cream. So they peek through just a little bit and they end up having this purplish tinge to them. Moo juice, is that what they call moo juice over there? Semi-skimmed milk. Interesting. I have not heard that term. I've watched a lot of British TV in my life, but I don't remember that term. All right, so we're just gonna try do a little bit more on this. And then I think I'm actually going to go in and try to paint some of the pecans just a little bit, because I feel like, I said I want to do areas. I'm going to flip this. said I want to do areas that make me feel encouraged. I think it will make me feel encouraged if I can see a little bit of my pecans coming through. I am going to switch to a slightly smaller brush, and we're going to do this little shadow right here, which I feel is necessary at this stage. So I'm going to take some blue and some red. And I'll add a little bit more yellow and a little bit more red to that. I need a little bit more white and a little bit more blue. Just to test, right? Got to test out the colors, see what works. Right, we're just going to smooth that out just a little bit. So we'll just feather those edges just a bit. And I think I'm actually going to go in with a much darker shadow. I'm going to go ahead and put that right in here because, again, we're going to do things today that make me feel encouraged, right? You had to see hubby off to work. No worries, Flo. But yeah, I looked at the strawberry and I could see what was good and what I needed to work on. Highlights were great, shadows not so much. Hey, you know what? So that's great, right? You take the information. You can either fix the strawberry or you can carry it on to the next painting. But either way, you have more information than you had before you started it. So that's great. And I hope your husband has a good day at work because my husband and I both work from home now, but I remember sending him off to work and when he worked at Disney. And so, yeah, I'd have to send him off the same way. So I'm going to just put this little shadow in here again, because we're going to be selfish today, right? Selfish painters. We're trying to do the things that we need to do to make us feel encouraged to move on to the next part, make us feel like we're making some kind of progress. So I guess this is probably my most selfish painting day. Late nights for him, otherwise he enjoys it. He's a manager of a movie theater. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I guess that would be mostly night shifts then for that. My husband worked at Disney for Disney World for like 20-ish years, and so his schedule was often erratic. Blow. So I understand. Sometimes he would go in. It would depend on whatever job he was doing. Sometimes he'd go in at 6 a.m. Sometimes he would stay there until 2 a.m. So you stay home all day. Your disabilities make it hard to work, so you tend to just clean and do a lot of art. Hey, that's okay. Right? And you can hang out with me and we can make a lot of art together. So I understand. And I wish that you weren't struggling with pain or anything, but I understand. So well, we can do the best we can to keep each other company and just make art. If that's the only thing that comes out of this channel for me, right? Right, Flo. If that's the only thing that comes out of this channel is that more of y'all hang out with each other and make more art, like that's pretty cool. That feels important to me. So. We are in the Twitch community. Call that co-working or body doubling. That's right, Flo. I think we can call each other co-workers, right? I think that's who's going to stop us from adapting that term for ourselves here. Like I said, I think, there's not a big like social media person. Again, I know that it's necessary for like my business stuff, so I do it when I can. And there's some very nice people that I have met on there as well, but it is very different from this. This I feel is truly slowing down, just kind of being ourselves, right? Instead of trying to compete against the algorithm or whatever. I have really bad social anxiety in real life, so places like this where I can co-work with other artists. Oh, I'm so glad, Kiwi. That makes me feel really good. And I appreciate the translation as well. I do know that one though. Hey, that's, you know what? This I'm just glad y'all are here because it makes me feel better too. I don't um I I did work in various um jobs throughout my life and in different places with different amounts of people, but I definitely prefer working from home. It's just my personal preference. I prefer working by myself, but this doesn't stress me out to hang out with y'all. This does not stress me out at all. And if anything, it really has kind of helped me to do a few things. It helped me to talk about my work a little bit more clearly, and I'm happy to share what I do, and uh, and it actually strangely makes me feel focused. So, oh, thank you so much. I'm not sure how to say your name, but I appreciate you saying that the drawing looks tasty. Thank you. Yeah, we paint mostly ice cream here, but we do a lot of other things too. We're trying to. So we're gonna try to make this one look like this one. And so this is a finished one that took me about 30 to 40 hours. I don't remember exactly how many, but I appreciate you coming in. So I'm gonna call you uh, you are for now until you tell me. So anyway, anyway, I appreciate y'all being here, and thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we aim for high realism. So this is a very early stage of this painting. We only did a few hours of this on Monday, and so I guess we're probably in about hour 5 or 6. So roughly for this one. So we're gonna take this up, over the course of the week. So today is what, Thursday? So we'll try to do most of this today, tomorrow, and Erky. Is that right? Did I say that right? Thank you. We're going to try to do most of this today, tomorrow, and Saturday, and probably Monday as well. And so we'll see how we do. We'll see how we progress. Okay, super. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Are you an artist or an art lover, or you tell me, I guess. Just just interested in seeing process, painting process. So I'm going to actually darken this up a little bit and just try to do a little bit on this left side here. So I'm going to go in with a little bit more blue. It does have a bluer tinge to it. But we're going to thin this out because I don't want to cover up all of my lines that I have over here. Sports and ballet photographer. How cool. Well, welcome. That is very, very cool. That requires quite a bit of skill. I'm not a very skilled photographer, but I have always admired people. So welcome. We have a lot of creative people who hang out in here, Erky, and hopefully a lot of people who enjoy just kind of working on their own projects while I narrate mine. So anyway, and then you followed me too, so I appreciate that very, very much. Awesome. So yes, you we're glad to have you here. How did you get into that, if you don't mind me asking? Always interested to learn how other people's career paths developed, because mine's a little weird, my path. I think a lot of us are. We're kind of non-traditionalists, and so yeah. And I'm just always interested to learn how people did things, how they came to where they are. So I just get a little bit of this in, and I'm going to come back and work on this with several more layers, right? But if I can just get a little bit of this in here, it will point me in a little bit of a better direction. But I'm going pretty light with it. I didn't want to overcommit. And I want to, in part, be able to see some of these little pencil lines still under here. Your mom used to take pictures of me and my brother playing rugby, and I started loving photography, so I followed her steps. Nice. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. And now you can do it as a hobby that you can cash out. Nice. Very, very cool. I remember I was, I'll say an embarrassing story that I used to be the editor of a very small newspaper that was in a town in Florida, and I remember um, one of my first stories. I was supposed to go photograph the local soccer team, and it was raining out, and I didn't realize that it would like damage my camera. So I took all these photos, and I don't, it was like the beginning of the digital era for me too. I took all these photos, and everything, something in my camera went completely wrong. I don't even know what went wrong, but I ended up with one that was like this long, skinny photo of two soccer players. That's the only thing that I was able to actually use for the article. You're finishing your degree in physical therapy, and I'm going to mispronounce that, so I'm just going to let it be. But that's wonderful. Um, Kiwi is a nursing student as well, and yeah, I really did. Uh, and Flo had a background as well, so that's interesting. You're in good company, Erky. You're gonna have to explain what that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna know what that is, so I'm not gonna dare to pronounce it. And you're going, and I'm going to nursing school graduation for someone tonight. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out what you were saying there, but yes, that's right. You're going to all these medical professionals. That's right. Um, that's right. I forgot that you were going to that. I thought for the first second that you were telling me that you were also studying nursing, and I hadn't realized that. But anyway, that's funny. Uh, oh, okay. I've never heard that term before. Interesting. You've impressed Kiwi. Very cool. Yeah, totally different practices, Plo. That's right. But both really interesting. It's the art of the dead. Interesting. Yeah, it is a very important job. That's right, Kiwi. That is a very important job. Means a lot to people. Means a lot to people. Very interesting, Erky. You're an enigma. A lot of very, a lot of very diverse skill sets that you must possess. All right, I'm gonna go ahead in, I think, to some of these nuts, and I'm just gonna try to get them to look a little bit closer. So I'm gonna go with a darker color. We're gonna go with my blue and my red and my yellow. And I'm not gonna worry about the details so much, like you can see all these little stripy details. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm trying to get this kind of reddish on skin color on there first. And I'm really going with like the darker part of that. I'll come back to do the lighter part. So yeah, so this is a good base for me, and I will come back to. All right, so we're just going to do this roughly to all of the pecans here that I can see anyway. So we'll try to catch them all on the first pass. Probably will end up missing some, inevitably. I am, is a kiwi a bird? I don't know that. I'm going to assume she's named after the fruit. All right, so I feel like if I get just a little hint of these, and again, I can correct them later, but I feel like if I get a little hint of these in here, I might actually be able to start coming in with a little bit of highlights. You may or may not be. Are they really a bird, QB? I didn't know that, so yeah. Yeah, also a bird. You have it tattooed, really? I'm gonna have to Google it. And you like the kiwi birds too, huh? You may or may, I love that you may or may not be 3 kiwi birds stacked in a trench coat. Very, very cute. I'm gonna have to Google them because I don't know what they are. So I'm gonna just turn this on its side because I want to make sure that I get these shapes right, and they are a little complicated right in here. So again, when I'm trying to, I treat this stage like a drawing, right? And when I'm going in and trying to find this, I'm looking at my positive and my negative shapes. And that is what helps me kind of figure out all of this complexity. Because if I just tried to do it freehand, I would never get it if I didn't have some anchor points, and they're adorable. Okay, I'm gonna have to Google them. All right, so for this one, I actually want to do a lighter thing here because I just kind of want to define the edges. So all I'm going to do is actually thin this out with a good bit of my acrylic medium. You're from Argentina, no worries. We're pretty forgiving here, so no worries, Arky. You are very welcome to be here. Kiwi's actually my translator because I don't usually understand a lot of the language of just being on Twitch. So you're probably better at English than I am at just online language. So it seems like anyway. Uh, yeah, nobody noticed. That's right. So again, I'm just going to kind of look for these, what I call anchor points to try. You speak very little Spanish, only for Twitch lingo, yeah. I like learning languages. I have trouble retaining, but I do enjoy that, and I will never speak in probably any of the languages that I have studied because I'm embarrassingly bad at it. But sometimes I can read them pretty well, occasionally. But I do like learning. I think that it's very good for my brain to learn languages. So. You're trying to learn Spanish, but it's a struggle. Yeah, it's very hard. Very hard to, it's okay to memorize like some words, right? But it's very hard once you actually try to start speaking anything. English breaks all the rules it sets. Yeah, I took Spanish in high school, like advanced Spanish classes. I don't remember very much at all. I tried to go back and review a little bit now and then, and I kind of stink at it. I mean, I'm like okay, but I just don't dedicate the time to actually be able to do anything with it. So, uh, Spanish has a lot of grammatic, so it's not the easiest. Yeah, English, the language that makes no sense whatsoever and makes up words all the time, is true, right? I I've spent a couple of years, few years, trying to learn. And again, I'll qualify myself as fairly bad at it. I tried to learn Japanese, and so I can read it. I know I can recognize a lot of words. I can structure my sentences, but I'm still pretty bad at it. But I do enjoy learning it. It's good for me. So it's good for me to exercise my brain that way. All right, so let's come in here. The the tall guy in the stand-up comedy telling I dancey dancey. That's funny. All right. So we're just going to keep going with this and just try to get a little bit more detail onto these pecans, hopefully, and maybe even I might hop down to the cone after this, but um, maybe, just maybe, we could do a few highlights today. So we'll try. Yeah, I know, Kiwi. So I'm just gonna flip this straight side up. I do want to, while I'm here, just address this little bit, which I didn't do. That is this little part right in here. And so we'll try to do that real quick. And again, I want just this to be kind of the darker part of the base, and then I will come in and try to add the lighter part a little bit later. Oh, you're back. Okay. When can you have a bite of ice cream? um, well, this one's going to be a while. So. But you have my permission to go to your freezer if you have any ice cream in your freezer. Aw, Kiwi, I love the little calico there. Yes, you have my permission to go to your freezer for an ice cream break, Erky, if you need some ice cream. Maybe that should be a thing, that like when I finish an ice cream painting, that we all eat ice cream. Is that the thing? I don't actually eat that much ice cream. I probably would put on like 50 pounds if I started to. But we should do something when I finish them, right? Just gonna go back in here. You have ice cream? QP, you would love an ice cream party. As someone who eats an ungodly amount of ice cream, you'll be fine. Do you eat an ungodly amount of ice cream? That's funny. All right, well, maybe, how about at the very least, we'll say this. When I finish this one, we'll have an ice cream party, and then everybody has to have some ice cream in their freezer, and we will eat ice cream a little bit, right? You eat more than the average person, you think? You know what? I remember hearing this story of an elderly woman who was like, I think she had reached like the age of just over 100 or something, and they asked her what she would have changed about her life, and one of the things that she said was, "I would have eaten more ice cream." So, you know, everything in moderation, right? But yeah, we need to have, I think we need to have an ice cream party. Okay, so we'll plan that. We'll plan that whenever I finish this. That's how your dad is and a grandfather on my mom's side. We all love ice cream. Is that right? That's pretty funny. Well, Erky's ready to go. So Erky already has ice cream. And what kind of ice cream do you have there, Erky? Should we try to do like the kind that I'm painting? I don't think everybody's gonna like the same kind. I think we just go with whatever you have in your freezer. Whatever kind you like. So Cupid, you're like a ice cream of choice. I agree. I agree. You're like an ice cream connoisseur then. You have like, you enjoy ice cream like that. Plus you have artisanal ice cream. Oh, is that right? I live in Rosario in Argentina. It's the Argentine capital of artisanal art ice cream. We eat ice cream all year. It doesn't matter if it's winter. Is that right? I have never heard that before. That's pretty cool. That is very, very cool. What does that mean, artisanal ice cream? Like, just really, really good? Like, what would be an example of that? You love ice cream, Ben and Jerry's usually. Nice. I have to say, of all the ice creams, I think I'm mostly a Haagen-Dazs girl. I really like. You got some vanilla ice cream with chocolate drizzle. It's delicious. Nice. There's also one that my grocery store had that was like their name brand. And it's the only one that I really like that was theirs, but I've never painted it. It had like caramel and tiny peanut butter cups in it, and what else? It has like a few different things in it. It was good. But I need to get some of that for myself. Maybe paint it at some point. I tend to lean towards chocolate and caramel. It's my favorite things in ice cream. Trying to, yeah, how to explain artisanal? No worries, Erky. Yeah, I was just curious, like what would be defined as artisanal? It just must be very high quality, very fancy ice cream. So, no worries. Tillamook and Butters. Oh, and Briars. Tillamook and Briars. Oh, okay. I don't know Tillamook. I've not heard of that one before, but Briars, yeah. All right, well, everybody get stocked up with with whatever kind of ice cream you like. And when we're done with this one, we'll have an ice cream party. So, artisanal ice cream from mass-produced ice cream focused primarily on texture, volume, and color. Denser and creamier with more muted natural colors. Mass-produced tends to be very airy. Yes, okay, that all makes sense. Small batch and good ingredients. Yeah, Cupid, Arky, that seems to all make sense. That's what it sounds like. Very, very high quality stuff. We have a place that's nearby here where they sell what they call frozen custard, and it's delicious. It's amazing, and it's very, very rich. So now you want it even more after Erky's description. I know, right? That's yeah. Frozen custard. That's the only place I'd ever heard of that before. I'm sure they have it in various places, but it is really, really good. It's very, very rich. You don't need like a whole lot of it. Okay, I'll have to click on that later because I get a little nervous about clicking on links now. But just because I'm not really experienced in doing that. But I will check that out later, Erky. I might need to go ahead and step out for a bit. Oh, your hip's hurting you. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. It was so nice chatting with you. And it's always fun when you're in here. So thank you. And I'm very sorry that you're hurting today. So take care of yourself. It's a Google Maps site? Okay, Erky. I will check that out later then. I'm just going to turn this the other way now, this way. Just want to get a better grasp on it from this side. So let's go ahead and mix up this dark color again with some red and some blue, some yellow. So we get a nice reddish brown. When did you start the journey of painting? Oh, Cupid likes the link. Yeah, so I started painting. I came back to painting after making art after a long time. So I really didn't start painting until I was like 35. And so I did study painting in school or drawing in school, and I took some painting classes as well. But I came out of college, I would say, a pretty bad artist, Erky. And so I tried to, I did other things, non-art jobs, some art jobs, but mostly non-art jobs. And, um, and then I came back when I was much older, when I was working at an art magazine, and I was interviewing lots of artists and talking about art every day and looking at art every day. And I thought, I really want to learn to do this. So, so which we need to see at some point. Yeah. Oh yes, I thought maybe tomorrow, QP, actually, that I would maybe share some of those pieces, if that's okay. Um, so I might plan to just grab a few of those tomorrow and then just kind of show you, I guess, alongside. So some of the pieces that I made in college, okay, alongside some of the pieces that I do nowadays. So my ice creams and my foodscapes. Um, so yeah, so I when I came back and I wanted to do it, Erky, I would wake up every day before work for an extra, hour or so, and I would paint before I went to work, and I did the same thing at night. I would paint at night. I watched a lot of YouTube videos and I read a lot of books. And so a lot of my books are on my shelf here behind me, and I just did a lot of practice. And so that was how I started. I consider myself very much to be self-taught, even though I have a degree in art, and I have a master's degree in arts administration. But as a painter, I consider myself primarily to be self-taught. So just a persistent little bugger, I like to say. I wanted to learn how to do it, so I did whatever I needed to do to be able to do that. Aw, Ross Jr., you're really sweet. Thank you. I don't know. I am persistent, I will say that. Thanks, Erky. You guys are cracking me up. I'm really, that's very sweet. I, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just I try very hard to make, I guess I want people to understand that you can do anything that you want at any age that you are. And yes, creative people. I love creative people too. Uh, there's sometimes in your life, there will be things that will um, derail you or change your path for a while. But I don't like to say that anything goes wrong, because I think that all of those things will feed you for who you are and what your vision and purpose of life is. And so I don't think that, I've said before, I don't think I would have, even if I had the skill set back in those days, I don't think I would have um, still been a very good artist. I needed to go through those parts of my life, so and do different things to be able to have something that would, you know, feed my way of seeing the world, I guess. so, so yeah, we all have a different path, but it's never too late to do anything that you want to do. That's my lesson for the day. And you guys are super sweet, honestly. It's very encouraging, so thank you for that. But yeah, I'll grab some of those pieces for tomorrow, and we'll take a look. I will try um, to be brave enough to show that stuff, because it's different. It's very different. I might even grab some pieces. I have a lot of the art from when I was a little kid that I made, up through high school. And so I might even grab one or two of those pieces as well for just comparison. Then you can just kind of track my whole life, right? So maybe I'll do that. Just grab a few pieces from a few different eras of my life. My dad just picked up his whole life to start over at almost 60 years old. It's never too late. Yeah, you told me he was going to pursue his photography. Is that right? I think. QP? Oh, Carl's Jr. Okay. Progression of Kim. Okay. I will do my best. I'll pick out a few things from each era and we'll walk through them. So, and still try to get some painting done in there. So thank you guys. All right, so I do think that's looking a bit better. It's got a little bit more shape to it. I'm gonna flip it upside down. That always helps me. And I'm just gonna see if there's a few places where I can still go in with some shadows, and then I do think I might actually try to start putting just a few highlights in, just again because I kind of want to see what it does. I want to see how it looks, and that might, be the next stage that I need to see to help me feel encouraged to move on. He was the photographer for your local paper, quit while he was taking care of your grandma, and been getting back to him more and more, and you're very excited to see what he does. I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. So I'm excited to hear what he does too. And I love that he was brave enough to do that. So, um, like that you just have to make time in life for the things that you really want to do because time doesn't slow down. And so you just have to be able to make things happen. So, I said I have lots of things that I want to paint. I would never have enough time to paint them all, but I'm going to try my darndest to paint a lot of them. Moved 10 hours from home and it all happened so quick. And you said he moved closer to you, right, QP? 10 hours closer to you. I think that's awesome. Very, very cool. So I can see this nut is one I missed entirely here. So let's go ahead and fix that. We'll go back in here. Yeah, that's very, very cool. Much more reasonable. 10 hours closer, I'm sure. Much more reasonable. So that is really nice. Okay, no worries, Erky. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll still be here for a couple more hours probably. So yeah, feel free to stop back in. But good luck with your studies, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, that's a big difference. That is a big difference. I love that, and I'm sure people do this with lots of Twitch streams, but I take it as a very high compliment that, first of all, that people sometimes come in and put me on in the background when they're studying. I think that's super cool because I'm like I like learning, so I think that's super cool, and just to have everybody who's been in here, all of you seem to be very, what do I want to say? Like kind of kindred spirits in that way, that you're all learning. You might all be studying different things or trying different things, but you're all pushing forward and learning to do new things or achieve different things. And I just love that because, again, kindred spirits, I think. You put me on while you're working too, Carl's Jr. I'm so glad. Oh, that makes me feel good. I love that. I love that I am peaceful enough, I guess, to have on in the background. um, Interesting enough. I don't know. I just love that. So thank you. I think that before I do some of these highlights, I'm just going to hop down to the cone just a little bit. Let me just check to see if there's anything else that I definitely want to go in here and do now. I could do a little bit more since I have this paint mixed up. And just tweak it a little bit. So we'll try to go in and just do a few little bits of shadow again. Just in a few little places. So in this shadow, I just, again, you know, it's the difference of making something maybe realistic versus illustrative. I just want to point out that this little shadow in here, like all of these other kind of shadows, but this one's maybe a little more evident. There's like a lot of different layers going on there. There's like, you know, this very heavy shadow that's right up against this edge of the ice cream, and then it gets progressively lighter as you move away. So you don't want to make everything the same color. You want to kind of try to pay attention to those darker areas. And that sounds like that should be super obvious, but it's not always obvious because sometimes we want to simplify things to make things easier on our brains. And that is one reason why I gotta flip these upside down, because I can't always see everything objectively in that vein. And so I have to be able to push myself to see something a little bit different. All right, I can see like there's a little bit of some shadows there that I've missed entirely. So I'm just gonna go in there and just make a few marks right here. Just kind of this little golden shadow here. Okay, let's take a little bit more of this darker color and head up here just a bit. And I'm going to turn this on its side. You guys really are so sweet. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you. Okay, so I think I want to go in here and just define this a little bit more as well. So I have mostly this dark color here. Let's just add a little more blue to it and a little bit more red. And we're going to go right in here and just try to outline these just a little bit right along this edge. I think I want to just take a little bit of this color. Again, right in here, just a bit. Mix a little bit of that dark color in right in here. I'm going to come back and fix all this, but again, this kind of like a drawing stage for me. and it's a lot better than it was a little bit ago. So it's quite all right if I have more to do. I do think that I want to add just a bit of blue to this. Again, it's much better for me to keep things simple right now. So again, I have this very limited set of colors. There's really only 5 colors on my palette right now for today. And I just want to make sure that, first of all, it's my warm palette, but secondly, it just makes everything feel a little bit more cohesive at this stage to keep a very limited palette rather than trying to jump to too many finished colors too soon. And again, that's just me, but I find that much easier. So I'm just going to go in here and shape this a little bit more on this side. And I feel like I need to make, yeah, like a bit of a shadow here. And I'm going to come in and paint over top of this a bit, but I just need to have this be a hint of darker back here. We'll paint over it. But you can see, like, again, I'm not using like traditional brush strokes, right? Shadows are so excellent, it's crazy. Aw, thanks, Carl's Jr. I appreciate that. Um, Part of this is, I want to keep these kind of, I don't know what else to call them except kind of erratic brush strokes. They're not real, they're very spotty. And I want that intentionally because ice cream has a lot of texture to it. And so I try to make this kind of like, as the layers go on, like all of these layers being a little bit spotty and all of them peeking through each other. So that they just start to get some shape. So again, if you weren't here earlier, I did say I am going to try for this particular piece, and maybe this is why we'll do this as our ice cream party at the end. For this particular piece, I am going to try to do the whole thing on the stream, as opposed to sometimes I have been working on some of these pieces outside of the stream a little bit, but we're just going to try to do the whole thing because I know a few of you have said that it is very encouraging to see when something goes from, this very rough stage like it's at right now to a finished stage. Because when you work on your own stuff, it's very easy to get discouraged early on because you think that things are not getting, progressive as quickly as you want them to be. And you can't see that path toward the end. So I thought if I could do at least this one the whole way. Obnoxious Diva, it's Willow. This was Willow's request, Obnoxious Diva, to do this pecan, butter pecan. So yes, welcome Willow. So nice to see you back. So I'm just gonna try. This really does look a lot better. It does look a lot better. Here, just try to draw this out a little bit. And then we'll come back. Carve it out a little bit more. I'm good. You definitely struggle with trusting the process and being patient. I understand, Carl's Jr. Do. I'm good, Willow. So I hope that you're doing well too. Thank you so much for stopping in because I did take your request to heart. I'm gonna try to make this the best, the best the best butter pecan that I can. It's the only butter pecan that I've ever painted, but we're gonna try to make it really good. So And we've decided that we're going to have an ice cream party when we're done with it, Willow. So you make sure you come back, because whatever day I finish, probably next week sometime, since we're going to try to do the whole thing on stream. Whatever day we finish, we're going to try to do an ice cream party. So. I'm glad. So I'm going to come in here and just put a little shadow. Some of these shadows are, you know, kind of in odd places, right? They're like sometimes at the top. And it just depends on how the light is hitting the ice cream and how it's shaped in these scoops. But for right now, I'm just trying to follow the form that I can see in the photo. I can adjust that a little bit later on, but I don't want to do anything. I'm just going to follow my as best I can. All right. So I can see these little shapes I put in here. I'm just going to try to define this a little bit more. So I just put those little kind of gold shapes there a few minutes ago. But it is starting to look like 2 scoops. It is. 2 scoops of the butter pecan. And if you feel like you that it's needed, you can always draw back into your paint. So like right here, I feel like a little too heavy of a layer there. I actually probably even need to scrub this off a little bit if I can. So if I can't, I'm gonna use one of my weird little tricks, because I do feel like that was incorrect here. I could leave it and just paint over it, but I'm gonna do something bold and daring, and I'm going to take a little bit of my sandpaper and I'm going to just fold it up on the corner. I'm going to dip it in some water and then dry it off, and I'm just very gently going to go right in here and just try to scrape off that little layer of paint which had dried, just because I feel like that was not correct right there. So just a little bit. And it will be better as I go, because that means I don't have to apply such a heavy layer of a lighter color, which can get tricky, lighter over darker. So that's much better. That's structurally much better fixed that way. So I don't do that all the time, but I knew that that layer I had just applied today. I was pretty sure anyway. So by scraping it off mostly, this under part here was already dry, and so that's pretty easy to scrape off with a little bit of sandpaper. Don't do it too hard though, because you can poke a hole in your painting and you don't want to do that. And see, this is another little confusing area for me, so I just want to make sure I get this right. Some of this, I'm just going to go in and put a little shadow here, and then I'm going to come back with some details on this later. Because it is one thing, you know, like all of this is very complicated in here. Let's hold it up. All of that little area down here, this is all very complicated. It's easier if I just start with something that's darker as the base, let that dry, and then come back and try to add the light color over it, using kind of like that stipply motion that I show sometimes, as opposed to trying to go in and try to paint everything, all those little details on the first pass. That would be, I'm not saying I've never tried to do that in the past, but it's not fun and it's not really very effective, at least for me. Okay, So let's head on down here to the bottom and let's just see if we can get a little bit more on the colors down here, a little more accurate, and then we're going to come back and do some of the highlights up here. So I'm going to come back. This should be dry over here. I want this to be a little bit more blue, blue and yellow with just a touch of the red, because it does have a bit of a greenish tone on this side of the cone. Just a bit. So let's just see if we can capture that. Yeah, that's a bit better. All right. Now I'm going to come back in with some lighter layers and build this up. But this is thinned out enough that I can still see all of those kind of pencil lines under there. So what happens is, what I'm trying to look at here, I guess, because again, I look at things like how the layers interact with each other. And so I want this red layer to peek through this green layer, which I want to then have on top of it these much lighter layers. So I want to see all of that. And, you know, again, I might not get it right, but that's ultimately what I'm looking at when I look at that area. Is I want to see all of those colors on top of each other, interacting with each other, as opposed to trying to mix something that's just going to fill in this whole space with very boring brush strokes. I don't know. Solar, okay, you're gonna lurk. I appreciate it. I hope that you have a wonderful evening. Again, I know it's getting late over there, but thank you so much. And I do appreciate that you were kind enough to bring your folks in. And for anybody who didn't check it out yet, thank you very much, Solar. Solar has a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel, and so please check out his links because he's a very gifted composer. So thank you again, Solar. You have a good night, and I will see you soon, okay? I'll be back tomorrow, just in case you want to come over, okay? Thank you so much. Yeah, and I am going to check out your channel, so because I want to see what you did today with your piece. So thank you. Okay. Oh, there you go. Cupie has put your link up there. So thank you, Cupie. Let's go in here again with a darker color. We're going to go right around here for the shadow in this area. Yeah, of course. And thank you very much, Solar. You have a good night, okay? Bye-bye. So this is where I said I have this brown on my palette. I haven't used it at all today, actually. The only reason that I kept it on here, I take it back. I did use it once, right? But mostly at this point in a painting, the only time that I would use this dark brown on its own instead of mixing my other colors together is if I'm trying to create black, if I'm trying to create really dark shadows, and then I would mix those because that's the best way, is to use my blue and my brown. But right now I'm just kind of mixing my own brown by using the blue, the yellow, and the red. And it actually looks very similar to the color that I have on my palette. But I like mixing them because it does give me a little bit more control anyway. So I'm just going to go right around here. I'm going to go ahead and take a smaller brush and just taper this out a little bit. To be quite as heavy as I made it, but again, I am going to come back to this anyway. But I just don't want this to be quite so thick and quite so heavy. So we're just going to taper this out just a little bit with just a little acrylic medium on this tiny brush. And that gives this little drip a nice shadow, and that makes me feel encouraged, right? So I said that, you know, you have to, or I have to, do little things in my paintings that are going to make me feel like, oh, I can see where it's going. I can see where it's moving to. So, so yeah, even if it's maybe doesn't make a lot of sense on paper to do that, sometimes I just need to do things out of order to be able to see things progress. So I'm going to do the same thing with this shadow color, and it kind of leans a little bit yellow, which is really kind of what I want. So it is a reddish shadow, reddish brown. It does lean a little bit yellow. I'm just going to come right around here with this tiny brush. Just try to catch this little shadow here. And then again, I'm going to taper this out a little bit with a smaller brush. Okay, and then I'm going to, I think, come into some of these shadow areas and try to get this to be a little bit more accurate. I'm going to actually add just a tiny bit of white and a little bit more yellow to this, and a little bit more red. So I'm trying to get this, it's not a super dark color. I don't want to use my full glaze, I guess you'd call it, where I don't have any white in here, but I do need it to be at least dark enough to indicate where these shadows are on my cone. So let's go in here and just see. I want this to be a little bit more red. And I'm playing it cool, but I did just dump my water for anybody who's watching. But it's fine, it dumped onto a paper towel. I dump it quite a bit, actually. If you've watched me enough, you've probably seen it dump a number of times. Great. But that is one reason why I try to remember to put my cup at the bottom of my palette, because if it dumps, it doesn't dump all over my paint or the rest of the paint mixes that I have on my palette. So that's my little secret. So I'm pretty clumsy and I do dump things once in a while. All right, so I'm just gonna go in here, and I'm okay with this being what I call a little bit hot right now. So it's like a nice warm color, but it's starting to, it'll be a nice base for my shape so that I can figure out the structure of my cone. I could put a little bit more blue in there, but I don't think I'm going to right now. I think I'm just going to stick with this, and then I might come back and add some darker shadows in here. And see that? I actually messed up because this should actually be up a little bit higher. So there's this line right here. This should actually be up right about here. Again, I treat this like the drawing when I'm trying to work things out with my painting. So I apply a lot of the same principles that I do if I was to be doing a drawing, which is, you know, looking for positive and negative shapes, you know, trying to challenge the way that my brain sees things. So all of those things would be the way that I would try to draw as well. So if anybody was in here earlier and heard, tomorrow I'm going to try to be brave and share some old stuff that I did. And the reason for that mostly is because I want anybody who sees it to be encouraged that wherever you are right now, that you can get better. As I'll show you. And I think that these things, you know, when I paint, very realistic, right? Much better than I used to be. And so we all have to go through those stages of our art making, of any kind of creative endeavor. And yeah, so I'm going to try to be brave and show that. So tune in tomorrow. I will be on roughly 2 o'clock Eastern time again. And we're still going to work on this. We're still going to try to get some stuff done on this, but it's interesting though, because I do think, if I think about it, I had you know, a few different stages of my painting in my life. And if I really think about it, the way that I paint now, or at least the subjects that I paint now, in terms of them being very colorful and very happy and very, you know, full of life or whatever, those are actually probably much more akin to the way I painted when I was a kid, and or the way that I drew, where I will say that I went through, you know, I don't know if you want to call it my dark phase or my college phase is like my dark phase, but again, that's not because I was dark, it was because my teachers were. And so so that's different. It looks real different. But I thought, you know, I it sounds really naive. I thought at the time, it was almost like I was being taught, like that what I wanted to paint was, what I wanted to do was like childish and immature. And that in order to be a serious artist, I needed to take things seriously and make them like dark and depressing. And so again, I understand some of it was structure, some of it was art history, and I get it. I get it. But I don't know, maybe I'm just strange, right? Like that is not what I wanted to do. It's not what I wanted to do. So it took me a long time to get back here to be able to paint what I wanted to do. But I'm glad that I'm still glad that I took the path that I did. So can't have any regrets about that kind of thing. But we'll share it. We'll share that. Maybe some pieces from my childhood, maybe my oil paintings, because I still have some of those. And circle back around to this stuff and my trompe-l'oeil pieces. So, and again, I'm very excited because I have said that my trompe-l'oeil pieces with my foodscapes, they're near and dear to my heart. And I go through periods of time where, you know, I get busy because I'm trying to produce other works like this. And so, or just, you know, have other things in life. And so sometimes I stop sketching. I stop sketching those ideas out. But I'm happy to report that in the 2 days off that I took this week, which again is a very rare thing for me, I sketched out three more pieces that I would love to paint if given the time, and so it's just something that I'm gonna have to eke out time to do because it's important to me. So, but that's the way art is, right? It's a balance of the different types of work that you make and the different types of things that you feel driven to create. So, but the things that are really important to you, You just have to find time. So I say this to you and I say it to me. Just got to find time. But I think, when I sketch these things out, I've said that I think, there are things that I want to see. There are things that I want to see brought to life. And I think I'm the best person to do it because I know exactly what I want it to look like. Maybe not exactly, but I have a pretty good idea of what I want it to look like. And I want it to be magical. So to do that, I'm going to have to eke out the time somehow to do that. But again, no regrets on any of the paths that I had to take, because all of those things feed all parts of my art, all parts of my art making, all parts of my process. And even just, and my general way of seeing the world. So even just, seeing things in layers, like this way that I paint, right? I could have taken a different path if I had followed certain, I'll say like leaders, leaders in my field. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. Leading artists who paint completely differently. But I chose not to do that. And no regrets. I think that my pieces, particularly in person, that my pieces are really unique. And so I'm very proud that I paint the way that I paint, even if it is different from the way that a lot of other people paint. Did someone just follow me? Rewind? Thank you so much, Rewind. I appreciate that so much. Welcome in. Anyway, so we all have to find our own paths, right? Almost 80? Woohoo! Thank you, Cupie. Aw, thank you so much, Rewind. I appreciate it. So this is actually really early. If you've not seen my work before, this is a very early stage of this painting. We're going to aim to get to something like this. So this is one that we finished a little over a week ago. And then we did 3 little ones recently on here that were like these ones. So we aim for really high realism on here, but we just have a weird way of getting there. So, but I appreciate it so much. Here's another little one. I appreciate it so much, Rewind. So thank you so much for being in here. And I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. And thank you so much for the compliment. I really appreciate it. So, oh, thank you. Yeah, all acrylic. All acrylic. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind. And I always ask everybody, everybody who chats, if you're an artist or just an art lover or somebody who's just interested in, hanging out with creatives. And we have a lot of creative people in here that hang out. So yeah, please feel free to share if you're an artist too. Thank you so much, though. That is very kind. All right, I'm going to turn this on its side again. So we always turn stuff on the side and upside down because it helps me to, whoops, when I don't shut off my phone, it helps me to see things more objectively. Because I always say in here, right, I don't paint ice cream. I paint a bunch of abstract shapes that I just hope come together and look like ice cream in the end. You are an artist. You've been focusing on digital a lot lately, but you want to get back to painting and pencil work. Nice. Well, welcome. You're in good company. We have a lot of artists from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of creatives that hang out in here. So welcome in. And I will be, if you have a link to your work, please feel free to share. And or if you're on Twitch, if you have a channel on Twitch, please feel free to share. My husband did set this up so that I can show links, but it's my first day with that, and I'm a little nervous to do it because he set this whole thing up for me, and so I am still fairly new to Twitch, and I'm not prepared to open up the windows yet, but do feel free to share your work if you would like to. So yeah, so I turn my paintings on my side, on their sides, because it helps me to see all of this stuff a little bit more objectively. So what kind of work do you do, Rewind? What kind of, you said you do digital work, but like what kind of subjects do you do? You're still new too? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your understanding. Yeah, I say that he set up like this command center for me. So it was really nice, but I'm like a little nervous that I'm gonna like bump it and the whole thing's gonna come crashing down. So I will practice with it though. So. All right, let's go ahead over here and just gonna mix up another bit of color for these blocks right here. Again, just early passes on this. You've been focusing on designing stuff for your Twitch, awesome, for a while, which is all cartoon work, but I paint a lot of vector portraits and then do pencil portraits in your own time. Basically any arts or crafts I will try though. I love it. Oh, it's so nice, Rewind. Definitely in good company. And there are lots of like I said, lots of people doing lots of different things in here so far. I'm so thrilled actually that so many people from so many different artistic backgrounds will hang out in here. So so that's wonderful. And do feel free to share your Twitch channel if you have, because it sounds like you have one already. So do feel free to share your link if you would like to. And even though I will have to click on it at the end and go follow you at the end, but for anybody else, that they would be welcome to, of course, to check out your work. So thank you so much, Rewind. All right, I'm gonna come over here. And so it says that you were focusing on your digital stuff, but you do want to get into traditional media. Is that something that you, I don't remember, did you say you had a background in that? Back into your pencil and painting. So you must have done it at some point, right? Yeah, of course. So everybody can check out Rewind and Design and see their channel. And I promise I will practice on the window. So he has it set up so that this window here, this screen, would actually change to the website. He was able to fix that for me, but I'm just a little nervous to try it yet, so I appreciate it. And Rat, thank you so much for the follow. That is very kind too. Thank you. So I'm gonna flip this upside down, I think, again, and we'll just see. All right, I think we're gonna let that dry. Let's flip it right side up. And we're gonna go in and we're gonna try to start some of the highlights. So, not a whole lot today, but we're gonna try. Okay, so I know that everybody's in an ad break, so I apologize for that for anybody. But I'm gonna let this dry. I'm gonna go in here, right in here, and And we're going to take a lighter color and go right in these areas here. So I'm going to take mostly white with a little bit of blue. It's a little bit too much. A little bit of blue, a little bit of red, a little bit of yellow. Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, you can use your Amazon Prime to sub for free. Yes, QP, thank you so much for sharing that. Yes, did you know that? I didn't know that actually until recently. But you can get a free sub every month on Twitch, so you could sub to me and skip the ads if you have a Prime account. So anyway, I appreciate everybody's patience with that. But thank you, QP, very much. You used to do a lot of traditional art for a long story short. Oh, okay. You have a chronic illness that's taken you away from it, but you want to get back into it. Nice. I rely on too much on being able to undo on your iPad, so I don't want to lose the skill in real art techniques. I totally understand that. We were actually talking the other day in here, Rewind, about Procreate, which I have not tried, but QP has tried, and there was someone else in here who was talking about it as something that they use, and that it said that it was very user friendly for like people who are accustomed to traditional media. So it's something maybe I would try in the future. So I definitely have a respect and interest in people who are able to do that kind of work. But I understand if you want to, be able to do both, because like I said, I'd like to swing over there and try that a little bit myself. So yeah, very, very cool. I'm sorry to hear that you have a chronic illness. I understand that really stinks. I'm very sorry. But at least I always say to people who are struggling with something, especially when you have a creative skill, it's wonderful to have something to lean into. And I think that people who don't have something like that, an ability to make art, it's one reason why I want to be on here, is because I hope that I encourage other people to get back into or learn how to make art. No matter what their skill level is, and feel encouraged to do that, because I think that it is something that's necessary for all of us to be able to get through rough times. So, it's a gift that we have that not everybody is able to enjoy, and so it helps all of us to do that. Is that you use Procreate and you really like it too? Adobe Fresco, somebody else mentioned that in here too, but I'm less familiar with that one. And you're always happy to help if you ever try. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. You know what? They told me it was so cheap that I might as well try, right? Because it sounds like it's, what did you say it was, QP? It was only like 15 bucks or something, 15 or 20 bucks. It was very, very cheap. So yeah, I would be very interested to try it just because it seems so intuitive. Like for the way that I paint, right? 13, you think, wow, yeah, that's cheap. So yeah, I would definitely like to try it. I don't know how much I would do with it. Maybe. I don't know. I guess maybe I would really like it. I'm not sure. But I would definitely like to try it. But I appreciate it. Is that what you show on your channel then? Rewind? Procreate drawings mostly? All right, so what I did is I mixed up just kind of a lighter color that still has my warm colors in it. Yeah, it's crazy cheap for what it is. There are so many free brushes online too. I do most of my animation work in the main Procreate app too. Is that right? That is very, very cool. That is very, very cool. And I think that QP had mentioned, I think it was QP that had mentioned some of the animation skills in there, like, or program in there, because I think she showed some of the things that were created as some of the emojis in here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm very, very curious. You got a free trial to some, is that you, QP? Okay. And downloaded oh yeah, the bear, that's right, that's what it was. So you made that in Procreate. Yeah. I haven't tried it, but I need to learn how to share your iPad screen as you're planning to do art and design streams from next week. Nice. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. We will have to check you out then next week. And yeah, I hope that it goes well for you. Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try it because everybody in here seems to have tried it. So yeah, that would be that's definitely on my list of things that I need to eke out some time for. So what I did here is I'm gonna start to put my highlights in, and this is just a very base lower layer color, right? But it's kind of this cream color, and it's going over this darker warm base that I have, and it's made from mostly white but with hints of blue, this red and this yellow in here. And so I want to put this in as a base layer and then come back to it with multiple later layers, which will build out this shape more. So if I start with something that is still relatively dark by comparison to just a straight white, especially over this, then it gives me room to build up more layers. Whereas if I tried to jump too quickly to a very, very white layer, then I wouldn't have any room to build up shapes. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And we're just going to do like the first, probably the first layer over the ice cream, or at least part of the ice cream, maybe not the whole thing. It also has a grid function. Oh, okay. So it's good for grid methods in traditional art too. Nice. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, definitely I'm going to have to try it. Even if I just play around with it for a little bit, because I'm sure it would still be, I mean, it sounds like it would be probably the most intuitive for somebody like me, but it probably would still have a bit of a learning curve for me, I'm sure. So I'm not the most tech savvy. Um, I'm pretty adept in my Photoshop, but I'm not the most tech savvy, and so I know it would be a learning curve. Like I said, yesterday I took the day off, which again, I rarely take full days off, but I took 2 days off. And one of the things that I did was I played Magic the Gathering online with my husband on Magic Arena. And it was the first time. He's played it for years, but I have never played it online before. And I did okay. And he helped me through a lot. But I did panic at one point and then just have to give it to him to finish out the game for me because there were too many things happening on the screen. So once in a while with technology, I can panic and get a little bit overwhelmed. Um, so I would have to take Procreate with a gentle path, a few gentle steps to transition me into trying something like that. But it sounds very cool, and it sounds like most of y'all use it, or at least have used it at some point. All right, so I'm just gonna go in here before this dries here. I am actually gonna take a little bit of a different color mix because I can see that there is a little pecan hidden right here under the ice cream. And I just wanna catch it while I'm here so that I don't forget about it until later. Right there. So rewind, I don't know if you were in here earlier. You've seen me on TikTok? Oh, is that right? Oh, you saw my cookie paintings? Yeah, that was me. So that's really funny, rewind. Oh, you saw the horse one. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Thanks so much. That is very cool. What a small world. So thank you very, very much. Anybody who hasn't seen the horse one, please go please go on my website and look at those cookie paintings because I really love them. And we are going to try to do some of those in here too, rewind, those kind of styles. So, but I appreciate that very, very much. I was gonna say, if you weren't in here earlier, we decided that when we get to the end of this particular painting, we're gonna have an ice cream party. So if you want to come by next week sometime and keep some ice cream stocked in your freezer, and we will all have ice cream together and when we get to the end. So yeah, but that just means so that tickles me to death. So thank you so much, Rewind. I really appreciate that. Okay, so what am I doing here? All right, so that was just a little indicator. I'm gonna go back to this light color that I had, and we're just gonna again try to build this up. So it's just a cream color over top of this lower base. And we'll just do as much on this as we can today. And then when I come back to this, after I might do one more layer with this kind of a color. But when I come back to this, eventually what I'll do is switch to my other, essentially my other color wheel. So this is my warm color wheel. And I have a cool color wheel, which has a different red and a different blue. And so when I do those layers, I'll come back on top of these, and that will help to brighten things up and make things look more dimensional. So again, that's just a method that I've adapted. So it doesn't work for everybody, and everybody's color wheel is going to be a little bit different depending on what you do, what type of subjects you make. But for me, I find that this works well. So we'll start with all warm stuff on the bottom bunch of layers, and eventually, like, the painting will probably have overall somewhere between 6 and 12 layers of paint everywhere. And so I would say, the bottom half will be these warm colors and the top half will be the brighter colors. So that's how we make the form. You enjoy trompe l'oeil stuff and you wanted to go into scenic painting for theater. Nice. Your fave work you ever did, breaking down, dirtying down sets. Nice. You'll use any excuse to eat ice cream. Okay. Very, very cool. No, it's fine. No worries. I need to go get some food. I understand. No worries. So, okay, very cool. So probably, like I said, I'm going to try. I don't always paint my full paintings. I've only been doing this a little over a month on Twitch, but I don't paint my full paintings all the time on here. I am going to try to do this one though, because I want people to see truly this in real time, I guess, to see how it goes from looking something that's very, very rough to something that looks super, super realistic. So, so we are going to do this on here. I'm going to be here. I'm here usually 4 days a week. And so I am going to continue this one tomorrow and Saturday as well. And then we'll probably continue this at least 1 or 2 days next week too. So after that, then we will have an ice cream party. So sometime next week, we'll have an ice cream party. Thank you so much, Rewind. Oh, that's very sweet. That's a very true statement. Watching other artists in their process is such a privilege. It's one of the, I might complain about technology or say that it makes me a little trepidatious sometimes, but it is really nice to be able to watch other people do what they do and then to be able to share what I do as well. So yeah, very true statement. Very, very beautiful statement. Rewind. So I'm glad that you're here. Thank you. And tomorrow, per request of Cupie, and Carl's Jr. I'm going to share actually some of my work that I did way back in college, and maybe a little bit before and a little bit when I started back to painting, because I didn't come back to painting until I was like in my 30s. Hi, Shadowborn. Welcome. Yeah, so I didn't come back to painting until much later in life, and so I kind of wanted to show the difference. So, hype. QB is excited for that though, because I've shared that my college work is definitely not what I paint nowadays. It's very weird and dark, and mostly charcoal stuff, and yeah, it's different. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see the rewind. So yeah, that's what we'll try to do. We'll try to bring in some old stuff and just show you the difference. And then I'll show some of my since you mentioned the piece, the horse piece, I actually have that here. So maybe that one or one of the other ones from that series I'll show as well, since that's kind of like my newest stuff that I'm doing. So yeah, we'll try to show some of those as well. Something of those anyway. All right. I have this piece upstairs. I don't know if I'll share it. I guess I could. But I will tell you that just because, I paint mostly like very happy stuff, right? And I have, particularly for the foodscape pieces, the horse piece and so forth, I have a very like imaginative style. And that definitely harkens back to my childhood and just, a love for making things that are beautiful and fun. And I will tell you that I had, because I was kind of a weird kid in a good way, I think. I had a fireplace in my bedroom. It didn't work, but it was beautiful. It had a mantle, and I would put all of my collectibles on it when I was a kid. And so one thing that I did when I was, I don't know, it was probably somewhere in high school, maybe 10th grade, is I cut a shape out of cardboard that would fit inside my fireplace, and I painted on it a path to a castle, and all of the cartoon characters that I loved at the time, so that you could like look like you were going to go into my fireplace and go down the path. So I wanted to make it a little bit magical. Probably not the typical stuff that like a 16-year-old girl would be doing, but hey, I'm me, and I've always been me. So yeah, that I actually have that. I do have that upstairs. I don't know if I'll share it, but I do have it. I was commissioned years and years ago, before I started doing art, to paint an entire wall for someone in their little boy's bedroom, and they actually wanted something very similar to that. And so I made like a big, because we lived near Disney World, and my husband worked at Disney for all those years, and I worked there for a few years. And so I made like a big scene with all of those kind of like all of his favorite characters, like walking down this meandering path to get to the castle. So yeah, that was fun. That was you as a teen too? Okay. Thanks very much, Rewind. Yeah, we think that artists, we all sort of march to a different beat, right? Than traditional, than maybe the average Joe, and in a good way. So see the world a little bit differently. Right, I'm going to mix up some more of that kind of color. So again, I'm just going to take white and then a little touch of all of the blue, the yellow, and the red in there. Until I get something similar. to what I had here. So a little bit too yellow, so let's add a little bit more red and a little bit more blue. Nope, not quite right yet. I'm a little haphazard. I wish I was more structured with this, but I am not. All right, that's pretty close. All right, let's give that a shot. Doesn't matter too much if it matches exactly, because I am going to be putting later layers on, but it's pretty close. It's one of your dreams to work for Disney for a year, is that right? You're in the UK, so Disney is still a goal and paradise to you. Oh, nice. I actually tell a lot of Disney stories in here because I did that for an internship for my college program. I worked in attractions and I worked at a few different places. And then I also, when I graduated from college, because I moved down there because my husband was my trainer, and so we got married soon after that. And then I moved down there and I changed schools. And after I graduated, I became, for about a year or so, a caricature artist and a silhouette artist. So a caricature artist at Animal Kingdom, not long after it had opened, and a silhouette artist at Magic Kingdom. So I spent some time doing that, and there's good and bad, but it was definitely an experience that I'm grateful that I had. And he worked at Disney for like I said, almost 20 years, so he had a lot of different jobs. So I do often share those stories in here about all of the crazy things that have happened to him over the years, or crazy places that he's worked. So oh, thanks. Yeah, it was a different. We don't live in Florida anymore, and so it's hit me how different like the real world is. Sometimes Kiwi in here, excuse me, Kiwi in here will say she's doing things in real life, and Kiwi is what Kewpie, sorry, Kewpie, Kewpie as well, doing things in real life versus in here. And I kind of feel that way about having moved to Florida and then moved back out of Florida. It's a very different world. It's a very different world out here than it was to live in Central Florida. So yeah, definitely was a really wonderful experience though for a time in my life. But I've said, like one of the things was when he was younger, he worked at a few different attractions, but one was the Great Movie Ride, and he was a gangster, as well as a bandit and a tour guide. And they had something called cast zooming, where you could take your costumes home, and essentially if you wanted to launder them yourself or just wear them to work. And so he would go to work in his costumes. So I would send him off with his breakfast wearing his gangster costume, which was, the fedora and the holster and, the suit. And anyway, so it was a strange thing, just a strange thing to experience. But very normal for us down there. It's all very normal. So this is actually not so bad today. I really feel like we made a lot of progress on this, and I'm going to keep going with it. But it really is more defined and more shapely than it was when we started. So I'm okay with that. It's not perfect, right? But we're going to work on this for another half hour, 45 minutes at least. Probably should take a break, huh? Should I take a break, Cupid? I always hesitate to take breaks, but I always feel a little bit better after I do. So I probably should take a break for a few minutes. But we would continue with this and just try to get this a little bit more realistic by the end of the stream. Just bringing this level up. I'd like to get this color on over this whole thing. Rewind, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break. So there's an ad that's going to start in about 3.5 minutes. So if y'all want to join me back here in about 10 minutes, and we'll try to push this a little bit further today and just see how far we can get. So thank you again for all of the people who have followed today. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys in just a few minutes, okay? Thanks. Okay, I'm back, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. I saw QB had to go, so I'm sorry that I missed her, but yes. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. And so we're gonna work on this a little bit more. So we're gonna try to bring out this next lighter layer of this ice cream to try to shape things out. And so let's go ahead and do that. So I have a little bit of this paint that's still ready for me, and I will just try to use what I have. I try not to waste stuff. So, oh, sorry. Can you hang on just 1 second? Sorry. If anybody can't hear me, can you just let me know? Because we wondered if we were having sound trouble. So anyway, so thank you so much for your patience. And so I'm just gonna keep going. I have this nice cream color. I feel a lot better after my break. So thank you very much. And thank you, Rewind, for encouraging me to take a break. So and Digits. Oh, okay. Audio is good. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're back, Digits. Welcome. And yeah, so okay. Well, then maybe it was my husband's computer and not me. So thank you very much, Digits. I hope you're doing well this week. So yeah, so we're just going to continue on with the cream color and just see if we can build this up just a little bit. This will be a nice base for us to start to just develop our shape, our form there. And Digits, just so in case you weren't here earlier, we decided that when I'm done with this painting, because I am going to try to do this whole thing on the various streams. So we're going to try to walk through the whole process so you can see the whole thing, because sometimes I do paint things off stream. So we're going to try to do that, and then we're going to have an ice cream party at the end. So sometime next week, I hope we'll be able to do an ice cream party. So just have some ice cream in your freezer ready to go if you want to, and then we can all celebrate that together, because this will be a tough one, and I will see if we can we'll get through it together. So anyway, okay, so I'm just going to keep painting my cream color for today. And again, we'll just see how far we can get. I am going to have to mix up some more because I didn't have that much paint mixed. A lot of this particular piece is going to be about subtlety. And so right now I'm just kind of working on some of the larger shapes and the more defined, I guess would be the word, shadows and highlights. But there is going to be eventually a lot of subtlety in the piece. And so I do have to, I mean, it's just kind of the way I work, that I have to get it up to a certain point before I feel like I can really go in and start working on that kind of thing. But we're doing okay with it. We should be able to do that. So I'm going to take some more white. I'm just going to mix up some more of this color. So again, it's quite a bit of white with a little bit of this blue, all my warm colors. So my blue, my yellow, and my red. That's right. You have an excuse to buy ice cream. There you go, Digits. So your choice of flavor. Everybody will have their own, and we will celebrate. And I also mentioned earlier, per Cupie and Carl's Jr.'s request, tomorrow I am going to try to share some of my older work, like before, because I consider myself a self-taught painter, right? But I'm going to share the work that I did before that time period. So stuff that I did in college, maybe a little bit from when I was a kid, and a little bit from the very beginning when I started painting, maybe my oil paintings, because I do have those here. So yeah, we're gonna try to do those things tomorrow before we get into this again. But yes, please pick out your favorite ice cream and keep it in stock. Um, and I love that you used my little emoji for the cotton candy one there. It's nice and colorful, right? That was a nice one. When I photographed that one, I do remember I didn't actually eat it, so I don't really know what it tasted like. But it was nice and colorful, and I liked it for that reason. All right, so I'm going to do a little bit, and I'm going to probably turn this again. It's okay, again, if I don't get this shape exactly, or don't get these details of these shapes exactly right. I just want to try to give myself a little bit more information today. So a little bit more visual information than I had before. So I've said that sometimes if I'm not feeling, you know, super awake, or if I'm, you know, just a little distracted or whatever, I always try to have multiple projects going so that I can work on something even when I'm not feeling maybe at peak performance. I feel like this one, even though this requires quite a bit of attention to do this stuff, this is something that I could do at this stage of the painting on a day when even I'm a little bit run down, because a lot of these things that I'm putting in here, there will be later periods of time where I go back and refine them for their colors and details and so forth. And so this is really just, you know, such an early stage of the painting. I could do this on a day when I'm a little bit run down. So it is a good tip though, just in case, you know what, because life happens, right? Sometimes we don't always get to concentrate as much as we would like to on something for either, you know, personal or physical reasons or whatever. And so it's nice to have different projects going so that when you're feeling really up and you're ready to go, you can maybe do something that requires a lot more attention, a lot more focus. And if you're feeling, you know, lousy, or if you're, again, just short on time or distracted, that you have something that you can work on those days too, rather than just, it's really easy to just dismiss those days and just say, I can't work on anything. And so it's just nice to have something simple. I know I can't, you know, sometimes I will push really hard on a painting and then I'll get to the end stage and I just need, you know, another day or two on it, but I've worn myself out so much that I can't do it. And so it's better for me to just at that point let it go for a couple days, even just to give myself a fresh perspective on things, because that's good too, right? To just give yourself, give your eyes a break, your mind a break from things, and come back to it. We did that with this Neapolitan over here. Just put it down for a few days because I couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with it. And then when I came back to it, I was able to figure it out pretty quickly and fix it. So that is that is definitely I don't know, it took me years to figure that out though. but definitely a good tip, because you don't want to sometimes your art making time is precious, and if you have things that, you know, take you away from that, it really stinks. So I try to just find some way to utilize my time. Sometimes it's just, you know, photographing stuff for future paintings. I can do that on a day when I'm not feeling great either, or again, if I'm short on time for whatever reason. So yeah, just good to have multiple. It is good to have multiple irons in the fire for that, so that you can always go to something that suits your needs for a particular day. So just this little pecan up here, it's taken a bit more shape, right? Because before all I had was a very basic form. So yeah, that's right, digits, of course. Um, yeah, sometimes you gotta change things up. Man, it's monotonous if you don't, right? So yeah, gotta change things up. Um, I it is hard. It's it seems like I would have to do this when I did commissions too. It was very hard for me to work on like just dedicated time to do a commission and work on them on a rolling basis, because I wouldn't get exactly what you said. Like I would get kind of in a rut, right? And so I'd be trying to finish one piece and push my way through it, knowing that I have these other pieces that I need to address, but I had deadlines that I had to meet. It's one reason why I kind of limit my commissions. Um, but I at the very least, what I try to do now is just to give myself plenty of leeway in terms of time, so that if I need to go in and work on something else, or even something that's non-commissioned during that time, then it just feels better to me. So and now you're doing those because you have to. Yeah, right. That's hard, right? You're doing those because you have to. So yeah, it's good to have variety. It's good to have variety, and it's good to have things that, kind of like when I say that I paint certain parts of my paintings simply because I need to feel encouraged that I'm making progress on them. It's 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 not a good place to be if you're feeling like, your art making um, what do I want to say? It should never feel burdensome. That's a bad place to be. Uh, and so just for the sake of your mental health, it is good to have novelty, as you said. Good to block in, chunks of time to work on projects that you really love, and balance those out with projects that you have to complete. So, so that you don't burn out. It's really easy to burn out. So, yeah, it took me a long time to learn that. But definitely don't, I try really hard not to underestimate my time frames anymore for commission pieces, because I do need to give myself enough time to work in some it's not free time, it's work time, but work in some stuff that I want to work on, and not always. I mean, I like doing the commissions when I get them. I do enjoy them, but they do have their challenges, and yeah, so it's just good to balance everything. All right. Yeah, this little pecan here, so much better shape than it was when we started today. And again, it's not perfect, but it gives me enough information here. Just having this little bit of shape now, it gives me enough to feel like if I just had a little bit of time on this, I could finish this little pecan in here, not super quickly, maybe over the course of half hour or an hour, but it gets me to a point where I feel like it's just much, much closer than it was. And so here I don't know why I even did that. I did that kind of without narrating it, but so this piece of the pecan, King Cobra, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here very, very much. So welcome in. Please feel free. If you are an artist, you are welcome to share what you do. We always like to know. And we're a room full of artists. There's a lot of creative people in here. So do please feel free to share. Um, so I'm just going to build up this shape a little bit, but right in here, this ice cream has kind of, because it's not melted yet, and I said, you know, ice cream that is not melted is actually really difficult to paint. Ice cream that's melted kind of has these nice like curves and whatever. Ice cream that's not melted has all this kind of weird texture. And so that's one reason why I paint the way that I do. But I just had this instinct right here to just kind of go in and just almost like stipple over this pecan with this lighter color and right over these shadow areas. I'll still come back and clarify this, but it just kind of almost instantly starts to look way more realistic than it did. And so again, I'll clarify this. I'll come back and do more to it. But yeah, it just ended up being a lot better just by that little bit. Oh, thanks, King Cobra. Yeah, of course. So are you an artist or an art lover? Um, or just interested in hanging out with some creative people? I try to I try to mention this, but you know, one thing that I really try to do in here is I love when people tell me they're working on projects. Um, but whether you're an artist or an art lover, you are always welcome to come in, and it's kind of like we're all hanging out in the studio together, right? So I want people to feel free to just, you know, watch or chat or ask questions or whatever, share their work, whatever it is that you're doing. It's a nice, I think, and some people in here would agree. I feel like we're trying to create a nice respite from the outside world, just to have a nice, peaceful artistic place here. So, oh, digits. I'm so glad that you're happy here. All right, so again, I'm gonna mix up a little bit more of this color. So again, I don't want this to be a straight white right now. I almost accidentally made it that way because I wasn't thinking. But I want it to be tinted with a little bit of blue, a little bit of red, and a little bit of yellow. So it's just kind of this nice neutral cream color. And then I'm gonna come right in here. A little bit more here. Some of this I'm gonna have to come back in and make some sort of new shapes in here, but it's okay because again I'm gonna try to just give myself a little bit more visual information as I go. And so if I don't get it perfect on each pass, that's okay because I just go back in and I continue to rework things. Also want to use this little brush. This is what I call my stipply brush, and Sometimes I use it to soften or distribute my paint a little bit more evenly. And sometimes I use it like right over this area. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. I might have to come back and fix it, but this little kind of like fuzzy ice cream area here on my picture, what I'm gonna do is just take a little bit of it on my brush and just try to stipple it over these little shadows that I created instead of trying to go in and paint every little shape. I'm probably going to come back and fix this a bit. But again, sometimes I work out of what is considered to be like a logical order just because I need to see things. I need to see things progress. I need to give myself a little more information so that I understand where the painting is going. And sometimes that means I might take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But eventually I will get there. So. This really is for again, just one more painting session because we only started this on Monday and then for a few hours and then came in here today. And so in the course of, about 8 hours-ish, I feel like we did pretty good on this. It's not so bad. It does start to have, right up here especially, like this is really starting to have some form to it. And that's encouraging for me because this one's a tough one, mostly because the ice cream is mostly not melted. There is a little drip coming down the cone. And so this bottom scoop was melted a little bit, but this one's not really melted very much. And so that is going to present some challenges. Kind of like this one, where I just want to show, this one really wasn't melted a lot either. So right up in here, this was very difficult. It's very difficult to paint. But again, it's kind of that whole layering process. Like this part still looks really beautiful to me because it's that layering process of getting all of those layers peeking through each other and using my little stipply brush. So it does get there eventually. Again, if you weren't here earlier when I was painting, these areas where the pecans are sitting in the ice cream, what ends up happening is they actually kind of cast like almost a purplish color. So that's what we did there right around the pecans. And so again, I'll go back and I'll refine that a little bit more on the next pass. But for right now, it starts to convey a little bit of a convincing nature there. I think that I'm going to flip this straight upside down in a moment, which again just helps me to see things more objectively. Because we always say that we're not painting ice cream, right? We're actually just painting abstract shapes. And we're hoping they come together and look like ice cream in the end. But today we're sticking with these warm colors, just these base 5 colors here, which I barely used the brown. I don't think maybe I didn't use it at all actually. These are the warm colors. But what's going to happen is as I build, thanks so much, Digits. That's very kind, and I really appreciate you stopping in today. I hope that I see you again, maybe tomorrow or Saturday, and definitely come back for our ice cream party. Okay, so we'll try to do that next week sometime. Okay, but you have a nice night too. Okay, thank you so much. So we're doing all of this in the warm colors underneath here. So it had a nice warm base that we put in first. We've gone in and put just some very basic markers for some details in here. And then we came in today and we just tried to refine things a little bit further. But again, just using these base colors here. But thank you so much, Digits. Um, as we go to the next layer, probably after this, maybe one more with these warm colors. But once we get past that, a certain point, we'll just say a certain point. Once we get past a certain point, then we're going to move on and start to make the layers in what I call my cooler colors. And that's just how I build my structure in my paintings. So everything starts out with warm colors on the bottom and gradually comes up to cooler colors on the upper layers. And that's what helps to create that structure for me. So again, some of this, like I can tell in here, right in here, I really need to go in with actually a much darker color and lay that down first, and then come back with some of these highlights in here. So I'm gonna have to come back to that section. And you know, that just happens sometimes. There's gonna be a lot of places where I work, you know, kind of back and forth, or it's gonna seem like, again, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but ultimately it's still all more visual information, and eventually it does still get there. So I'm actually going to do this pretty thinned out and kind of go right over this little shadow here and this one right here. What I'm probably going to do is I'll still have a little bit of time after I do this, because again, this is just kind of the first pass. Rather than go in here and try to work on some of the areas like this and this where I feel like my shadows need to be developed more, I'm going to just let the paint dry, and I'm going to skip down to the bottom and work on the cone a bit. And so that's a safer way for me to do stuff. Is just to work back and forth. Phil, lighting and surfacing on these pieces is amazing. Aw, thank you so much, Phil. This is still really early, but I really appreciate the kindness and encouragement. So nice to see you back. How has your week been? I was going to say, I checked out your channel, right? So Phil, please feel free. Phil is a very gifted artist as well. So please feel free to check out Phil's channel. You are welcome, Phil, to share your link if you would like to. So we're just kind of building up just our first layer of highlights on here, but we are going to go back and still fix a little bit of the shadows, Phil, because I work a little bit back and forth. So I wish I was more scientific about this, but culture break. Been oh, the history festival. That's right. How did that go for you? Inspiring work? The history festival or me? Yeah, I wanted to know how your history festival went, though. Aw, thanks, Phil. That's very kind. Yeah, we're about 8 hours in, Phil, of what will probably be 40. But I did promise that we're going to try to finish this whole thing on various streams. as opposed to me working on it. So hopefully everybody will get to see the whole thing on here. History Festival has been good in the same spot building. It's set in the grounds. Has history going back to the medieval times. Is that right? Like real history going back to the medieval times? That's nuts. That's crazy. We have history. We have like some history festivals over here on occasion, but of course nothing set in any kind of time like that or any kind of place like that. Starting a doodle, you might work into a fantasy art piece. Nice. Very, very cool. Inspired by your history festival or just something else that popped in your head? Town I came from was about 1,000 years old. Seriously? Wow. That's crazy. I always thought it was cool that I lived in a house that was like 100 years old when I was a kid. I can't imagine being from a town that was 1,000 years old. Our country's so young. So, um, that's crazy. So cool. Doodle based on a section of the building you've been staring at between talks. Neat. Neat. I want to see. That is very, very cool. I can't even, it's very hard for me to fathom. I'm stumbling over my words. George Washington's family came from your town, is that right? That's crazy. It's hard for me to fathom history at that level. Again, I always loved, homes over here that were historical. I thought it was really cool. A lot of the things, my home, like I said, being a little over 100 years old, but just value study at present, blazing sunshine on iPad. Okay, I understand. That is very cool, though. Very cool, Phil. Like I said, I mean, I love. I collect a lot of old, vintage and antique things, a lot of things that were just, passed down from my family, and I thought that that was cool. But yeah, to take things to that level, that's amazing. The original Village of Washington Church Town Hall and blacksmiths and library all go ways back. So cool. So cool. Is the blacksmith now a restaurant? That's pretty neat. I actually really always loved repurposed buildings. Um, that is, again, taking that to a whole nother level, though, because you're talking about repurposing something that's like 1,000 years old. So, or well, maybe not that old for the building, but regardless, hundreds of years old, I'm sure, and that's crazy. Getting my excuses in early with the value sketch. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Um, yeah, I mean, I dig having, like, in this room that I'm in, right? Perspective all over the place, more above grounded details. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. Um, in this room that I'm in, I have my piano over there that was in my grandma's basement. It's 150 years old, and it's a big upright piano, and I love it. And I only play for me, but I still love it. I have a big cabinet that's right here that was built by my great great grandfather, and yeah, so it's quite old, and it's this beautiful double stacked cabinet with doors on both the front and back. So I guess it was supposed to be used as a room divider. And so, it right now is probably also about 100 years old. This table that my computer is sitting on was a table that my great grandma on the other side of my family redeemed with coupons from, I think, borax soap. And so it's this beautiful oval shaped thing. And I don't think anything here is particularly worth anything much, but it's worth something to me, right? So I like I like being surrounded by things like that. I always thought that's much more interesting than going and buying something new from a store, is to have something that's antique, and particularly something, you know, that I know who the owners were before. But but yeah, I like having vintage and antique stuff around me. Even, you know, I keep my strawberry shortcakes figures in this antique uh, what do you want to call it? It's one of the drawers that had the letterpress uh, things in it. So yeah, I like antiques. Yeah, family heirlooms are priceless, right? So anyway, yeah, I just like that much more myself, um, than having than having new stuff. So plus it's made a lot better, I think. My piano, I will say, you know, there's a few keys on it. Um, it has the original, you know, ivory keys, and a lot of those have popped off, but I've saved them over the years and repaired them. And it has a few keys that will probably never be reparable unless I were to restring it. But everywhere, even, yeah, like learning about history, everything, yeah, yeah, right. Um, so yeah, I mean, there's things that are imperfect about all of these things, but I still think they have more value to me than just going to like the local whatever and buying something that's new and cheap. So anyway, that's just me. But I definitely want to see what you're gonna do with your sketches, and see if that morphs into something. But so cool to be around historical buildings like that. So very cool. I don't even know what the oldest building, I mean, we just don't have buildings that old here. So I'm trying to think what the oldest building I would have ever been in was. I guess maybe something from the 1700s. That's probably about as far back as we go. I know I went to a place in Pennsylvania because I grew up in Pennsylvania, in a place called Gettysburg, um, which there was a very important battle from the Civil War in that area, and I loved those buildings. So, but again, you know, not near as old, um, not near as old, but. Been learning a lot about Tudor and Viking history, a lot of Viking history and Roman history locally in northeast of England. Is that right? I did not know that. That's cool. I know I have. Have you heard of Gettysburg? Yeah, I mean, by comparison, it's probably not much, but but yeah, it was nice. It's nice to go there. Um, I I mean, I have like some landmarks here. You know, I've been to the uh, where we lived. We would take school trips to some important destinations, like I don't know if you've heard of the architect Frank Lloyd Wright, and so we'd go to Falling Water. So I loved Falling Water, which is, if nobody's heard of Falling Water, it's a building a house that was built on top of a waterfall, and the waterfall provides natural air conditioning for the house. So one of Frank Lloyd Wright's most famous places, and that was a beautiful place. Hadrian's Wall, about 5 miles away from Washington, is nearly 2,000 years old. Holy moly, that's crazy. Yeah, go look up Falling Water if you've not heard of that before, Phil, because it is a very cool building. It actually was not supposed to, in theory, it was not supposed to last forever, and so it started to kind of fall, to actually fall over at one point, and I know they restored it. So it's been a long time since I have been there, but That was one of my favorite places on earth, was to go to Falling Water. Yes, so anyway, but yeah, 2,000 years old, that's crazy. It's, again, like, that's just, our country's so young. It really is hard for me to fathom just anything like that. I know that I have, you know, like, my family all immigrated to the US years ago, and I know that I have some ancestry in Scotland, some in Germany, and Italy, and I think those are the bulk of the European nations. Although maybe I have something from England too, because my maiden name was pretty simple, so I'm not really sure. But I have that. I'm a mix of a lot of things. But I've always been very curious about my my Scottish ancestors and my my German ancestors, I guess. So. And I have a little bit of Native American in me too. So, yeah, we're all from lots of places, right? It's a nice way to think about it. I like that. We're all from lots of places. But yeah, I've never. I have to say that I've always wondered. I would like to go to Europe someday. Mostly because I do love historical buildings, and again, it's very hard for me to fathom something that's 2,000 years old. Like, that's just crazy to me. So any kind of historical site, I just think that's very, very cool. I don't know, it makes you feel connected to the world a little bit more, I think, when you see places like that. This really is actually starting to take a little bit of shape, right? So like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and fix quite a bit of this, obviously, and it's a very early stage of the painting, but for this early stage, it's good. English, Scots, Irish, Celts, originally France, Germany, Saxons, yeah. Yeah. Looks crazy photoreal. Oh, well, thanks. It's really early. It's really early, but that's very, very kind. So thanks, Phil. Very, very much. We're gonna get it to be photoreal. We're gonna get it to look more like these, right? So we're gonna aim for these, for this degree of realism. So we'll get there. It'll just take us a little bit. Anybody who's in here, just so you know, I'm here 4 days a week, if making you hungry. I'm here 4 days a week, and we are going to try to do this whole one on the stream on all of my subsequent days. So I'll be here tomorrow and Saturday as well, and then probably a couple days next week on this. And then we're going to have an ice cream party. So if you are so inclined, please go ahead and, you know, purchase your favorite ice cream, and then you can come back and join us, and we'll have an ice cream party when we celebrate this one being done, because it is a challenging piece, and it will be challenging for a number of days longer, but we will get there. I don't know if you can see, but I just want to try to show, and I am going to have to again fix this a little bit better, but because this ice cream has not melted yet, right? It has all these little fuzzy parts on it. Rather than go in and paint them individually, what I've done is I'm gonna mix up this kind of mid-tone right here, and we're gonna keep building up these layers. But if you do a shadow under here that's kind of like this, and then you take what I call my little stipply brush. So this is just a very rough brush, and I put a little bit of acrylic medium in there into the paint, and I'm going to take this and just kind of apply it in a stippling motion over the shadow so that the shadow still peeks through. And I'm going to do this multiple times. So I just want to show this kind of as an example. I'm going to go in with multiple layers and do this multiple times. But you can see that is much, much more convincing, and it will be, especially when there's multiple layers of this. It's much more convincing to do it this way rather than to use big blended brush strokes or try to paint every little piece individually. So I prefer to do that because then I can see some of those darker shadows peeking through there. And so I did the same thing right here on the nuts that are up here. So I'm just going to do it a little bit right here so you can see. So just kind of dotting over. It's really just stippling with the rough edge of this brush right over this darker shadow area. And it really does help to make this look much more convincing. So again, I'm going to just keep doing this and building lots of layers. Would have done time for an ice cream and blazing sunshine today, especially one this size. I understand. Well, I'm glad you survived the sunshine. It's actually been kind of cold here, which is unusual for us at this time of year. But I am glad that you survived the sun today, Phil. And yeah, definitely want to see what's going to come out of it for you for your sketches. So very, very curious. How does that work? You said the sun was blaring down on your iPad. Is there some way for you to I don't know, prevent that other than sitting in the shade? I don't really know. I have an iPad that we use for various things, but I've never drawn on one. Didn't see above 14 degrees very often in the Northeast growing up. Is that right? Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. So 14 degrees Celsius, give me context. I know that I'm very terrible at Celsius and I'm trying to learn. I know that once you get into the 30s, you don't do well above 14 Celsius. I know once you get into the 30s, that's considered very hot. So I'm not sure what the equivalent is for Fahrenheit over here. I am terrible at Celsius, I'm sorry. But I'm assuming that that means nearly 30 today. Okay, so nearly 30 today. So I'm guessing you're probably close to, would that be close to like 90 degrees Fahrenheit? Something like that. If anybody knows, please share. But you like it cold. You like it cold if you like 14 degrees Celsius. That's probably quite chilly. We typically have pretty warm Julys over here, but the last week has been like in like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So again, I'm not sure what that translates to you for you, but that's chilly for us for July. I'm in upstate New York, so it should be much warmer than that right now. Jordy's Macom's would consider putting a coat on around minus 10 degrees Celsius. Oh, okay. Okay. What should I know what that is? Jordy's? Shorts and t-shirts, whether otherwise. Okay, gotcha. I'm really gonna have to study up on this because I have a lot of wonderful people in here um, who are in Celsius temperatures, and I have a really hard time figuring out what that means. Oh, okay, gotcha. See, now I need translators for everything. So thank you, Phil. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna have to study up to learn the terminology. Why is that what they're called? What does that mean? Is this something I should know? Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let this, mining was huge in the area during the Industrial Revolution in the local areas. Okay, interesting. I'm going to go ahead and switch. So we're going to let this dry. I'm going to switch to down here, and I'm going to go ahead and show you what I do with some of the stippling brush down here on the cone. So mining was huge in the area during the Industrial Revolution, and as was shipbuilding. Not sure about macams, where that comes from. Okay, interesting. Actually, I'm going to take this. I take this back. Before I do this, I'm going to go ahead and just take a little bit more of this and come right in here. So yeah, I'm sorry. All right, so we're just going to come in here, and I'm going to put a little bit more onto this little bit. But when the ads are done, we're going to go ahead and switch to layering the cone. Okay, you're back. Are you back? I have a delay, so it's showing me that there's 30 seconds more of ads. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and mix up a color for down here. And we're going to do that with, we're going to apply it with my stipply brush. So I'm just going to, okay. Can someone explain? Because I saw, Phil said we were back, and I saw that it was another 30-second of ads. So I'm not sure if I was on a delay or something. Again, I'm new to Twitch, so I don't really know how that works exactly. I just try to make do and figure out a little more each time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my stipply brush. I'm going to mix up a color for down here. You just saw one? Oh, okay. Well, maybe it does different things different times. It said there was going to be two. Oh, okay. Maybe it doesn't do ads for the whole time for everybody. I don't know. So we're going to try. We're going to mix up, again, just a base coat that has these same three colors. So the red, the blue, and the yellow. And then again, as we move into the other days, the subsequent days, we're going to try to switch gradually to our cooler colors. Might be a region thing, not sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe it's a region thing. I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate it, Phil. All right, so I'm going to put a little bit of white into this. And again, this is kind of a thing where sometimes I work back and forth. And so I might, again, take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But for this one, I think it's okay. What I'm going to do is just try to stipple a layer on. It's going to go over everything here. And again, I try to think of this in layers, right? So I'm looking at my reference image and I'm thinking, okay, this warm red that's like kind of underneath everything, that's what I have here. This is going to be a color that's going to go on top of that, and it's going to start to bring out some dimension for me, and I need it to be a little bit just a little bit cooler, which is why I'm adding the white to it, and probably a little bit more yellow than this lower layer was. So again, we're adding just a bit more yellow to it, and all the layers will peek through each other. Again, this is just how I paint. It's not how everybody has to paint, but I'm happy to share my process. So we're going to give it a shot and see how it goes. I'm going to apply this with my stipply color, or my stipply brush, and that is still way too dark. So we wipe it off. We try again. I'm going to put a little bit more yellow in there and a little bit more white. It was too heavy on my blue, and so I'm going to put a little bit more red in there. So we'll just go in and we'll try again. And what usually happens for me with the cones when I build up my structure is I do this for multiple layers, and then I will glaze over the entire thing and kind of wipe some of it away, and then I will kind of build up some layers again. So let's just see again. And I think that that one is okay. So I don't get the layer colors exactly right. Maybe I could with more practice, but I do pretty good with them. And so I'm just gonna try to, again, go in here. Anything that I need to clean up, I just take a separate brush with a little bit of medium on it and just wipe it away. So what I want is to try to apply this in a stipply motion so that I can see the paint underneath peek through, which means I'm not going to apply it super heavy, and then to try to get it to not look like such a regular pattern, I'm going to, and again I'm mixing a lot of acrylic medium in there, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to turn this brush. And so what I'll end up doing is I'll do this several times across the whole thing, but eventually it will get to a point where, and this is a kind of a bad example because this is a really small piece, but it'll get to a point where it's more like this, where it's got a lot of shape and a lot of dimension, but you can see all those colors peeking through. And I just think that's far more interesting. Maybe I'm a little partial because this is my work, right? But I think that's far more interesting than trying to do these very broad blended brush strokes. First of all, because I don't really like blending acrylics. That's very difficult to do. But secondly, I just think that visually that's much more interesting to see like 6, 8, 10 layers of paint all peeking through each other to create the illusion of form is, to me, much more interesting than trying to just blend a single color that sort of looks like something in there. I want to see it look organic. I want to see it look like, you know, like the actual baked cone looks, with all these little sparkly pieces because it's all uneven. So, you know, that's again just a personal preference, kind of my thing for the way that I've found as I'm a mostly food painter, right? So that's how I found works for me. Nice playing with the light real world translucency. Yeah, thanks, Phil. I do my best. So yeah, I like the idea of not thinking of my paint as flat, even though I don't put texture on my paint. I like adding lots of medium. I like being able to see the light peek through all of the layers. You know, I like it so that it's kind of, I describe this sometimes as, instead of a piece of construction paper, this is more like, my paintings are more like a bunch of layered pieces of plastic that are all tinted. And so the light moves through them and then bounces back at you. So when you see some of my pieces in particular, I would say my trompe-l'oeil pieces, my cookie pieces. But when you see my paintings in person, they look very, very different than a traditional painting does. And I'm okay with that. That's what I want. I want it to look different. I want it to create some kind of an illusion, some kind of a magical experience that is more than just blended flat, you know, shapes. And so, you know, I described at one point when I was younger, there was a couple things that I wanted to be when I grew up. One of them, I wanted to be an animator. That was a dream that I had when I was young. And the other was I always wanted to work in special effects in movies. And I really wanted to, you know, paint like like the scenic backdrops. That was what I thought I would be very cool. And now I think that I kind of get to play with my paint in a way that helps me achieve some of that. So I like creating illusion with my paint. And again, it would be boring for me if I was just sitting here and blending colors. It's just not my thing. So I want to see what I can create with the illusion here. A bit like watercolors, maybe, with lots of washes, happy accidents. Yeah, only used acrylics once before at university. Was a watercolor specialist at the time and started in the middle, up and down values. Yeah, something I couldn't get my head. Yeah, I understand that. Now doing digital art seems closer to the process, baby. Yeah, they do look photoreal, like hyper real. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope when I get to the end stages of the painting that they do kind of teeter on that, where it looks kind of photoreal slash hyper real. That is definitely a goal. Definitely a goal. I mean, tomorrow I told a few people in here I'm gonna try to share some of the work that I did when I was young. So before I became a self-taught painter. And so thanks very much, Phil. Before I was a self-taught painter. And so some stuff from college, which is dark and dreary and lousy, not fun. But like I learned some stuff from it. But the pieces that I do now, and in particular the trompe-l'oeil pieces that I do now, like I had a few videos of that went kind of viral on TikTok, and I loved that people were entranced by the illusion of the pieces. And so they had all kinds of wonderful comments on those paintings. And I mentioned before, but one of my favorite comments was from a mom who told me that particularly for the horse painting that I did, that was a horse cookie over a frosting sky and had a pretzel fence and so forth. And the mom told me that she showed it to her little boy, and he said it was the best painting he'd ever seen. And I just love that I could create some kind of magic to create that moment for them, right? Of them sharing that, of her sharing it with him, and him replying in that way. So that might seem like a really small thing, but I love that I was able, me, just with a little brush and a little bit of paint, was able to create that moment for them. So that's, ultimately my goal, I guess, as a painter, is just to create something where it's beyond just, I don't want it to be a stoic, static painting. I want it to look like it's imbued with some kind of magic and life. So that's what I try to do. And again, that makes me a little bit odd, I suppose, in terms of my approach. But analog magic, that's right. We need some more analog magic in this world, right? I think so anyway. So if I can make analog magic for a few people, that's pretty cool to me. So I like that. Thanks, Phil. All right, so I'm gonna just keep going with this. Just do a little bit here. And again, I will work back into these shapes, but this just starts to give me a little bit more of a base. So I said that I might glaze over this whole thing. I might actually, thanks, Phil. I said that I might glaze over this at a later stage. I might, glaze over it even sooner than that if I feel like I need to. What I want to do is get up to a place where I feel like I have enough sense of form, even if my colors are a little bit off, that if I glaze over it, it will make the section be progressive, so that the next layers that I do that are like this bring things out even more. So again, sometimes it's hard for me to articulate exactly what I'm doing, But I hope that y'all will tune in and just see, because like I said, we are going to do this whole thing on the streams. So continuing tomorrow and Saturday and then into next week. And so that you can really see what I do to make something go from looking like this, which isn't bad, right? It's not terrible. But this is not the final stage. This is very small by comparison to where I want to take this. So still young, I'm old, but being inspired by so many art folks like Twitch and Twitch like yourself, digitally and traditionally started first watercolors in a few decades. Oh, that's awesome, Phil. I'm so glad. Hey, you know what? Uh, that's awesome. Twitch is first of all a really great place for artists. I'm really thrilled to see. I didn't know. I didn't. My husband told me that maybe I should stream on Twitch, and so this was his idea. And I had never really thought much about it, and so I'm thrilled to see that there's so many wonderful artists on here, and I really think that it is. Just a wonderful community. Even people, yeah, right. Yeah, hey, that's how they all start out, right, Phil? Tune in tomorrow. I'll show you how my stuff was in the beginning here. So yeah, we all start somewhere, right? And you got to, and you gotta just keep at it. But I'm really thrilled to see that there's so many creatives that are so supportive and encouraging toward each other, and it makes for a really nice community because. Like I said, I kind of want this to feel like we're all just hanging out in each other's studios, right? So when I'm done here, we'll send you to somebody else's studio, and they'll send you to somebody else's studio, and we just keep wandering around. You need to go to bed, but you're so happy and found. Aw, thank you so much, Rewind. That is so kind. Yes, I hope that we will see you tomorrow, and if not then definitely soon. So thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Aw. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate the kindness. And yeah, so we're all here trying to support each other, right? So anyway, just nice to know. But thank you again, Rewind. It was really nice to chat with you today. And don't forget about the ice cream party next week. Okay. And I'm just gonna do a little bit more on this. And then I am going to head out to my garden for the night. So right before I make dinner. So I am, again, I'm just like the art, you know, you get back into it, or you start to learn, you pick things up. I am a second-year gardener, and I am learning a lot. And so my garden is way more productive this year than it was last year, and my hope is that next year will be even better than that. So, but we have to start somewhere. We have to learn, and it gives me a little bit of a sense of peace to go out there and see things that everything that I planted in my garden, I planted from seed. So, so that is really nice, except for my little trees, which my little trees are not producing this year. They're not supposed to, but hopefully next year they will start to produce. So I have a couple apple trees, and that are going to be, this is their second year, so they should start producing next year, and a few hazelnut trees as well. So, but it does give me a sense of peace at the end of the day, just to wander around and pick a few vegetables to come in for dinner tonight. And I'm really surprised, actually, that I have corn growing. I didn't think that would work. That was honestly a shot in the dark. I didn't think that would work at all. A lot of the stuff that I have back there shouldn't work at all, actually, in theory, because my garden is very shaded, and so you need lots of sunshine to grow certain things. But yeah, I have this special corn that I bought that is good for container growing, and it only grows to like 3 feet tall. So you're terrible in the garden, much to your Mrs. Annoyance. Do okay with DIY when I find the time and inertia. I understand, Phil. I'll just say, like I said, I'm a second-year gardener, so you know, I I'm really thrilled. I mean, by any other standards, I'm probably terrible, but I'm really thrilled that it's so much better this year than it was last year. So that's all I can ask for. So I'm just going to take this very gently around here, because I am going to come back in and try to define some of these shapes, but we'll just take it around a little bit on this side. Yeah, so I mean, just like your watercolor fill, we all got to start, you know, all got to start at some point and just get a little bit better each time, right? So I hope for anybody who's in here, if you haven't followed yet, that you'll consider following, because tomorrow, Tatiana, I'm sorry, Tatiana, thank you so much for the follow. I missed yours, so I appreciate that so much. And for anybody else, I am going to show the dark years tomorrow of my college work. And it is not like I paint nowadays. So we're going to show different stages of my work from, I think I'm going to try to grab a few pieces from when I was a kid, and up through my college. And then, you know, I didn't paint for like 12-ish years. Yeah, right? I didn't paint for like 12-ish years because I felt very discouraged after college. I feel like they did not teach me what I wanted to learn. So yeah, right? And so I'm a stubborn little bugger, and I came back to it like 12 years later, and I really wanted to learn to paint, and I was bound and determined, and I'm telling you, I was not a great artist. And so I just bought a bunch of books, watched a bunch of YouTube videos. I'd wake up early. I would paint before work. I stayed up late and painted after work. And the first real painting that I did, I won a prize. So that was very encouraging. Hadn't painted watercolors for nearly 30 years. Yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome that you've come back to it. And it just takes time, right? I mean, I will say I just was a lousy painter. I mean, I didn't learn what I wanted to learn. And I've said before, I feel like I was kind of, for a long time, shamed into trying to be like other painters, or the way that they taught me in school that I was supposed to make art, and that the way that I made art was wrong. And I have learned that, I say this phrase now and then, there are many ways up the mountain. So I think that you have to find your own path. I think that you have to figure out what works for you. And I don't think it's really the same for everyone. So I tend to very much stray away from what I consider the snobbery of the art world, and try to lean into what I think works for me, and what I want to accomplish, and what I think makes my work good in the end. So yeah, gotta find your own style. That's right. Gotta find your own style, gotta find your own voice. Can't let anybody else do it for you. So anyway, I'm just gonna briefly turn this on its side. I don't know if you can tell this already, but this cone, even just doing that first layer, we aren't machines just repeating. I know, right? I said this before, and I just want to say, on this first layer, I've already started to establish quite a bit of shape in this. Not the first layer, it's like the third layer, but in this most recent layer. But you know, when I graduated, I graduated with just a BA, and my specialty was drawing. And they had a BFA program, which is a Bachelor of Fine Arts, that you could have gotten, and I opted not to do that. And I remember going to the gallery show at the end of the year for the BFA students, and everybody's work looked the same. Like, it all looked the same. And it all looked the same as the teachers. And so did mine. And I just don't think that that was suitable. I don't think that that was useful for us. And I don't think it was healthy. So if you're faking it to yourself, can't see how you have passion about it. Yeah. I mean, it was very discouraging. it is very discouraging to come out and feel like, you know, you have this like voice in your head. And I've said this before, but you have this like voice in your head, or these competing voices in your head, that are supposed to be helping you, especially when it comes from an instructor, right? But sometimes you have these voices in your head going, that's not the right way to do it. You can't do it that way. You'll never be accepted that way. And at some point, you just have to say, F that. Like, I'm just going to do it. So I'm just going to do it my way. So it just took me a long time to get there. And so I've seen enough art in real life to know what my paintings are, and I know that they're good. I know that I get them to a point where they're very, very good, and that I wouldn't have been able to do that if I had listened to all of those voices that were in my head. So like I said, I assimilated a lot of information from a lot of different sources, and and you pick the stuff that's going to work for you and you let the rest go. And so, yeah, there's basic things that everybody should learn, I think, but some of it is just bullying. There's a lot of bullying in the art world, I think. Fine art at your university was so experimental. Yes, I've heard that about a lot of schools. Maybe you mean in a good way. Some felt like a grift. Wildlife illustrators so varied through photoreal to stylized. Okay. I mean, I guess that can be good and bad. And so maybe that was a good thing. I guess what I thought when I initially saw your comment, Phil, is sometimes there's art schools where you go and the emphasis on realism is really diminished, and so they just want you to learn to think like an artist, and so that can be very discouraging to somebody who wants to be a realist. So I don't know if that's what if you were implying that was good, that it was experimental in a good way. Some felt like a grift. I'm not sure maybe I'm not understanding the comment correctly, but I think it's good if there's experimental ways to approach things, as long as it again is tailored to what's best for creating the way that you should think as an artist, as opposed to bullying you into being like every other artist. Does that make sense? So maybe I'm misunderstanding, Phil. I apologize. Not just photoreal. Okay. Art for art's sake. Sometimes, yeah. It was good that all was acceptable, so commercial in different ways, not just photoreal. Okay, so art for art's sake, sometimes think it was good that all was acceptable. Yes, okay, so yours was it sounds like yours was a good approach that accepted diversity in ways of thinking and ways of making art. I would say my school was not. So, although I was kind of photoreal and admired other folks who all seemed to have their own style, but couldn't see I had one. So you had one, but you couldn't see that you had your own? Is that what you mean by that, Phil? Yeah, photorealism in any way was frowned on. Yeah, it didn't feel so unique or recognizable immediately. I understand that. I understand that. I like I said, I think that everybody at my school was kind of forced to do things the same way, and realism in any context was pretty well frowned on. Was pushing hyperreal but losing style, perhaps at least to yourself. Okay, gotcha. I mean, you know, it takes time to find your voice, to find your approach. That just takes time. but certainly, I mean, just in any way, sometimes art education can be very good, and sometimes it's kind of like I think it's good if you go into it with a particular mindset of knowing that you're going to take certain lessons out of it. Yeah, find your lane, right. You're going to take certain lessons out of it without letting it warp you. Is that a way to say it? I don't want to be like too crass about that. But I do think that there's just a lot of bullies in the art world. And I think a lot of people get pushed into the wrong direction. So, and that makes them suffer. It made me suffer for years. So, anyway. All right, so we're gonna let this dry. And I'm just going to take, again, one more pass on a little bit of my lighter colors on here. So I'm just going to mix up a little bit more of this. I'm probably not going to go over the whole thing, but I do just want to get this a little bit closer since I have the paint on my palette and I don't want to waste it. And I have a little bit more time here. So I'm just going to go right in here. And I'm going to take my stipply brush as I go this time with a little bit of medium on it. And we're just going to try to disperse the paint. So as I'm building these, and I just want to, I'll wait a few seconds here, but okay, so I just want to mention that as I'm building these layers up, and again, I'm still using these warm colors, but as I'm building this up, I'm progressively shrinking the shape that's in here, right? Because I'm trying to create some kind of curvature with all of these. And again, I'm going to come back and rework this, and we are going to still have even lighter layers in here. But I'm not going over the whole thing. I'm just trying to, again, like right here, right now, I have like 3 or 4 layers of paint that are just gently creating some sense of curvature in there for me. So if I can do this correctly, like here, paying attention to this highlight comes down to right about here and then it stops. So I'm only going to bring my highlight here down to that level. And then just kind of taper off the edge. So it doesn't look like much, but there's a subtlety in there that I'm going to just keep exploiting as I go. Just so I can gradually build out these shapes. So again, like here, this is a pretty flat looking shape right here, right? So what I'm doing is I'm going to take this, which is a little bit lighter than what I have, and I'm just going to go right in here and right in here. I need to draw a line. Actually, I'm missing this line right here, but I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm just trying to pay attention to my strongest highlights there. I'm going to take another brush with a little bit of medium on it and just taper out that edge just a little bit for all of those things that I just applied. And we still have several more layers that we're going to put on this, but it's a really good start. it's a really good start for this. So again, just a little bit in there. So it's just this progressive layering and then tapering those layers out into each other with just a little bit of medium. So for anybody who's new in here, welcome. My name is Kim and I'm here 4 days a week. I'm a full-time painter and I'm just opening up my studio door to you. And I hope you'll tune back in tomorrow because we're going to continue on this painting. We're going to do this whole thing on the stream over the course of probably the next several days to a week on stream. And then at the end, we're going to have an ice cream party and you can have your own favorite ice cream. So I hope you'll come back for our ice cream party. We have lots of creatives who hang out in here and it's just a nice chill place. And I don't claim to be a teacher. I'm happy to share what I do, but you know, this is just my process. And if anything is interesting to you, that's awesome. And if it's, you know, just something you enjoy watching the process, that is cool too. So I'm just gonna, again, just taper that out. So I don't really like blend my acrylics per se. What I do is build lots of layers and then, and this is acrylic by the way, I build lots of layers and then I will occasionally take another brush with a little bit of medium on it like this one. And as I put these shapes in here, I'm just gonna taper them out. So all the layers below this are dry, but what I want to do is just gradually build things up so that I can see all of the layers of paint together. So again, sometimes I will do something, I'll just show you here real quick, like this, where I take this stipply brush, which is a very rough brush, and I'll take that and put that somewhere where I feel like traditional brush strokes are not going to work in particular. And so we build up these nice progressive little shapes by turning the brush. Isn't that neat? And that looks just like the way that the little flecks of ice cream are over top of these pecans that are buried down in there. So just little tricks. I just want things to peek through. And I will come back and fix things, but yeah. So lots of little tricks. So again, if you haven't followed me, please consider following me. And I'm fairly new to Twitch. Been here about 5 weeks, I think. So, but we aim for really high realism. And so, although we're at this very early stage, this is one that's finished. And so we aim for something that gets much more realistic as we go. So here's a little one that's finished again, just a small one. So anyway, all acrylic. And we keep it pretty chill here. So anyway, you're welcome to come in anytime and join us because I'm going to be painting anyway. So I just open up my metaphorical door and let y'all just hang out with me. So. Hey, Mound. I'll take that as a huge compliment. So thanks very much. Although it is dinner time, right? And I don't know if it's dinner time in your neck of the woods. I don't want to spoil anybody's dinner. I do have to say, I like I said, I don't eat much ice cream in reality, even though I often paint ice cream. But I did eat this one. I didn't eat the cone, but I did eat the ice cream. Thanks very much, Mound. It was really good too. It was Haagen-Dazs. Haagen-Dazs butter pecan. And this was a request from the community. One of the community members asked for a butter pecan in a sugar cone. So that's what I did. But we are starting from where we started earlier today. This really does have much more form than what it had then. So again, sometimes I'm gonna go, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And Phil, you're hungry too. Yeah, I have to say, so when we get to the end and we do the ice cream party next week, I got the rest of that butter pecan from this in the freezer. So I think that's probably what I'll eat. So anybody's welcome to come back and have it partake in the ice cream party when we get to the end of this painting. So, yeah, I don't. Haagen-Dazs is really good, right? It's like, because I think it's probably because it's really terrible for you, but it's really really rich. So I like that one. But yeah, we're gonna aim for this one to be really really realistic, and we're on a good start. But we're only, we're about 9 hours in now, and we're gonna probably put 40 in overall for anybody who hangs out to check it out over the next several days. And I paint really differently with these layers, and that's just what works for me. So up here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a little bit of medium on this stipply brush again. And so I have this shadow that's created in here and these kind of, different marks in here. So I'm going to use this right over this shadow and sort of try to pay attention to my image. But what this does is, instead of me trying to go in and create lots of individual shapes in there, it allows me to create kind of highlights where these shadow parts peek through my paint. And it just makes it look much more convincing, much more organic, like food. So again, this is something I figured out a number of years ago when I was actually painting a giant 4-foot tall strawberry sundae and it had frosted glass, and I was like, how am I gonna do that? And I started out trying to paint like I was like determined to paint, really realistically. So I started out trying to paint all the little pieces of glass. And then I was like, and I will say I still did quite a few that were like that had like little swirls. But a lot of it I learned then. I found this brush, and I think it's actually the same brush. And I learned then that I can use kind of my broken down brushes for different purposes than maybe originally intended. But anything I can do to make things look more organic, more food-like, that's what I try to do. So, food isn't flat. It's not a bunch of flat blended shapes. It's got lots of appearance of texture. The paintings do not. They're flat. There's no texture on my paintings. But I do try to give the illusion of texture by using this method and a few other methods too. I'm going to head over here, and I want to pay attention to this. So I have this shadowy area again here, and I will come back and refine this a bit, but I just want to try to start to define these little kind of it's a crazy beautiful area. It will take me a little bit to get there, but I'm going to just start to define those shapes in there by using this stippling motion. And I'm just going to show you real quick on this other painting what this accomplished for me when I did it multiple times. So it really does look so much better than just, going in and trying to do traditional blended brushstrokes, I think anyway. But when you do it multiple times, that's when the magic really starts to happen. So, so I just want to finish this out, and then I'm just going to show you real quick. Okay, so that's a lot better than it was, again, when I started. Some of this I can see, this I'm going to have to come back in and actually put a heavier shadow on this part here than what I have, and then come back in and stipple it. So again, sometimes 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But if you look on this painting, this area right here in particular, this is a really beautifully painted area, and what I wanted to do was bring up all the other levels to that level. And so, but this whole thing was created using this stippling motion, and it was created with probably, again, 10 to 12 layers of paint. So I can see all of those layers peeking through and creating this very kind of soft looking, very organic looking ice cream, but very unusual, compared to just blending paint. So I don't know if you can see it real well, but anyway, so that's what we're going to try to do for this. So eventually we'll get there. And again, I'm going to do a little bit more on here, and then we'll call it a night and start again tomorrow. So my garden is calling me, so I need to get out there before it gets dark so I can pick some veggies. But we'll do just a bit more. I think I'm going to go ahead and turn this on its side, because that helps me to see quite a bit more objectively. So I'm going to go ahead and take this stippling brush again, just come back up here a little bit. I'm going to taper that a little with a little bit of medium. So we're aiming for form by putting lots and lots of, essentially, it's layers, but it's essentially layers over shadows. So I start with a warm, somewhat darker base, and then come in and try to just build things up. So it is time consuming, and it is different, but it works for me. And I can see a lot of these places where I need to come back and do so much work. Like right here, this pecan obviously only has kind of a, an initial shape in here. But also, all of these nuts, as they were sitting there in the ice cream, they cast kind of a purplish shadow where they're peeking through the ice cream. And so I did put a little bit of a purplish shadow. I'm probably going to come back and make this look much more defined. But I also need to make sure that I put some right down the middle of the pecan, like where it settles in there. So we'll address that either tomorrow or a Saturday. And again, just doing it this way, even if I taper off the edge a little bit, but it just makes it look so much more organic, I think. So I hope I haven't spoiled anybody's dinner. And if you have some ice cream in the freezer, I hope that you enjoy it. And if you want to save some of it for next week when we finish this painting, so like I said, I am going to do the whole thing on the streams. When we get to the end, we're going to have a little ice cream party for everybody. So I'm going to eat the leftovers from this one, I think, which I just bought a little pint size one for this. Usually I buy like a whole gallon and just use it for multiple things. Gonna have to bounce, eyes and battery failing, I'm afraid. No worries, Phil, I'm gonna leave in a few minutes too. So it was really nice to see you and to chat with you today. Thank you so much. You're very, very kind. And everybody check out Phil's channel because he's a very gifted artist as well. So, so he was drawing today and on his iPad at an event. And yeah, thanks very much, Phil. But yeah, check out Phil's channel. And like I said, we'll see you back here again soon, Phil. Okay? Thanks so much. Have a good night, okay? But yeah, I'm gonna sign off in a few minutes here too, so. But yes, please prepare for the ice cream party next week, okay? All right. So what I want to avoid on this stage, and I have some medium in here, and I do apply this pretty thinly, but I don't want to have any, thanks very much, Phil. I don't want to have, I want to make sure I don't inadvertently create any texture. And again, that's just my personal preference. I don't like texture in my paintings. So what I'm doing is just as I do this, making sure that I'm not, I'm looking to see that I'm not casting any shadows on here from creating any excessive texture on this. Just so I can come back and put a lot of subsequent layers on here, because there is going to be a lot of subsequent layers, and not have to worry about there being a fighting against the texture, because that's contrary to my process. Again, just my process. So not necessarily how everybody else should do things, but for me, being a food painter, this is how I do things. So and I'm just going to come in here real quick and just put a little bit down here in that same vein. Just going to soften that up a little bit. Let's scoot right over here. And I'm just going to again apply a little bit of medium because I feel like I went a little too crazy right here on the edge. So we'll just soften that up. But again, these bottom layers are really dry, right? So then I can just go in with a little bit of medium and a separate brush and just tweak things. So. I do think this was a really good start. This was our second session on this today. And so I think it was pretty good overall and got us a lot closer to where I want to be, but still lots of work ahead. So. See, I missed this whole little section over here entirely of these shadows. It's one reason why I really like to turn my paintings sideways or upside down, because I often miss things, and doing so resets my brain and helps me see things differently, because like I always say, I am not painting ice cream. I am painting abstract shapes that hopefully come together to form ice cream in the end. So I'm just going to flip this right side up. I think we did pretty good for today. So we're going to pick this up again tomorrow. We're going to try to make this look really, 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 really realistic over the next few sessions. So I do hope that you'll join me and stop back in. But again, my name is Kim. I'm here 4 days a week. If you haven't followed me yet, I hope that you'll consider following me. And if not, I will see you again, maybe in the future, and hopefully next week for an ice cream party so that we can all celebrate when I finish this painting all together, okay? So thank you so much. I'm gonna head out to my garden. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see you soon, okay? Bye-bye.